apologies to anyone who is actually currently watching. I had a phone call. Literally just after I pressed go live. About a possible job coming up, so... phone call went pretty well. They're sending me to the next stage and everything, so that's nice. Just loading the game up now. Oh good, it's coming out the wrong speakers. That's not what I want it to be coming out of. Hold on. It needs to be deafening me. There we go. Now it should all be good.
Welcome to Voyager LCAR's menu system.
Right, that's better. Everything always happens at the same time, right? Okay. Well, at least the save games seem to still be there, so that's nice. Ah, yeah, I have my giant torpedo launcher, which is really, really cool.
Well, we won't be going back this way.
Of course not.
Doesn't matter. As soon as we're done, we're beaming out of here.
They're giving me a lot of health and ammo on this deserted ship. We've got to get this weapon online so we can take out the harvester ship, don't we?
What's this?
Red and glory.
Touch anything.
Uh-oh.
It floats. Whatever it is.
Mr. Monroe, what's happening now?
Well, that's probably not good, is it?
Power surge.
I'm just looking at it like, huh. Eat my torpedoes, bitch!
Mr. Monroe, what's your status?
This ship isn't quite as dead as we thought, sir.
There were no indications of such a defense system here. They must be controlled from a different part of the ship.
We'll just have to be careful.
Who cares? I got a torpedo launcher. Can I use this?
Tuvok out.
No? Maybe? Nope. What about my crew? You guys coming? I assume I'm going this way. Am I not going this way? Oh, I'm going that way. Okay. Awkward. Everyone, oh.
They're just maintenance bots. And we must be an infestation to them.
God, turrets. Damn it. This is such a waste of ammo and I don't even care. Oh god, what? Oh, turret, okay. I got my movement down. I'm gonna hear far too much here. I can't do anything with you, okay. This gun may be the single best weapon in all of Star Trek. Now, if we can get a quantum torpedo launcher, a transphasic torpedo launcher, that'll be even better. Oh, it's on a pressure pad. Oh, it was, cool. I'm always careful, it's fine. That's a giant hole there. Run and jump. I did a thing. Do I need that? No, I don't need that. Oh, was that lowered the bridge that was up top? Please work. It works! Send me! So if I'm right, this bridge here is down now. Cool. I require more energy for my weapon. Aha, a button. Oh my god, that guy walked in front of me. You dick! Now I have lost half my health. Thankfully there's a health terminal there, we're all good. I would abandon you all if I could. I appear to be stuck. Oh, whatever. That's fine. The Skirmish. Alright, that was my bad.
That was a close one.
Ah, I'm out of ammo on that. Okay, sure, we'll go with this one. Because I actually really like this weapon. I don't know if all these actually activate, or... Is that the way I want to go? Because I don't want to go the way I'm meant to be going. Oh god, that's not something I need to kill. I really love the design of these, extra robots. They look really cool. That's it. Come on, give me the good stuff. Okay, I think this was just a supply room. Cool. I would be interested to try this on a higher difficulty. See how bad it actually is on that. And so far, it's been relatively easy on normal. But again, it's normal. I'm not expecting it to be stupidly hard on normal. Oh. Oh no, wait. There's a button. Hold on. Ah, my nose. Can we just shoot these things before they get into the robots? What? Oh, great! I know this is just sort of doing a little maintenance check. Let's see how he likes torpedoes. Friendly fire is only a thing if I'm friendly. Okay, those things are tough.
Some maintenance spot.
I might have to save my heavy weapons for those ones. I don't know if that's like a one-off boss fight, or if that was actually just a new recurring enemy type. I guess we'll find out. The hard way. Alright, let's stick to dilithium weapons. The hell is that UFO-looking motherfucker? We're gonna look at you. What is this thing? I love it! Can we have more of those? Those are cool. Ammo. Okay, that should give me a lot of energy now, which is quite nice. It's stocking me up with ammo. Anything behind these? No. Wait, what is...
What'd you pick?
Dreadnought weapon.
Some kind of welding tool.
Oh,
That
God,
makes it a
is it?
decent weapon.
I'll say.
Okay. Dreadnought weapon, let's test this out. Oh. Oh, I like. Oh, crap. Oh, okay, it takes these things down pretty easily. I say, as it then takes forever. Not for long! What's the alt fire on this thing? I think it's like, is that a... Oh, okay. Not sure if I like the secondary on that. I need as much ammo as I can get, and health, please. What's this do? Nothing? Alright. Or am I not allowed to hold shift? No, I can. Okay. Oh! Oh! Oh, I like it. Nice. Hold on, there's something up there. Ah, it's energy. I don't need energy. Not for long. Oh god, there's a UFO! A couple of them. That says a lithium crystal beneath here. I should probably get it. No, then I've got to go all the way back around. Okay. Interesting. Wait, do these respawn? No, okay, I just guess I didn't have that one. I was probably stocked up on ammo. God. She knows. Oh, God. This is fine. Even more ammo, lovely.
Monroe, you are approaching the barrel. The tram should be nearby. Take it down to the plasma focusing chamber. You must hurry.
Hurrying to Monk. Hurrying as fast as I can. Geth Dreadnought vibes. New area, alright. Just flashes that over the cutscene, amazing. It is kind of nice to have an entering new area thing, so if you want to keep exploring the area you're in, then you know that there is a load screen about to happen. Since you can't seem to go back to previous areas. Attunement. You sure is lucky that harvester ship is slow as hell. That's why just taking our sweet ass time. That's not good.
Careful. That looks like superheated ion gas. It'd sear the flesh right off your bones.
Great.
Yeah, that. Okay. No, oh wait. This. No, there was a thing. Take me down. What's this? Overkill. Shit. Okay. What are you all about? What are you connected to? Oh wait, what's powering the gas? Hold on. Yeah, okay, so it was coloured yellow. I was like, the gas is yellow. And I guess I'll keep the other two on.
The gas has stopped filtering.
I love how many weapons I have in this game. As far as I'm concerned, it's canon now that Gordon Freeman has a little transporter by him. And that's how he keeps all of his weapons. Well then, what's up top? So is this... Oh god. Hold on. I've got multiple ways I can go in this one. No. Oh, is this literally just to get some energy? Ah. I guess this is also so you can figure out the puzzle easier. Okay. Not that it wasn't particularly difficult to figure out anyway. Okay. Time to go back and just grab some more dilithium a minute. Oh, God, not what I'm trying to do. Give me that, thank you. Zap you! This gun is so beautifully overpowered. Can I just start a new game and just use this one gun for the entire game? Oh, shit. Oh, wait, hold on, can I... Ooh! Did I... Oh, I can use that. Okay, that's cool. Noted.
Plasma
I can
chamber.
use the environment.
We must be getting close to the focusing chamber.
Hopefully this doesn't sabotage the mission. Oh. Hi there, crew! Would you mind getting out the way? I like how those things with this massive, like, boss-level threat to start with, and now it's just like, another one of those. Damn UFOs. I'll have this. Any more up here? Of course there is. Am I allowed through here? I am. Hold on. What's in here then? Other than, you know, more death. Oh well. Just one of the little maintenance spots, that's fine. What else you guys shooting at? Oh, there's another one over there. There we go, takes care of that one.
I see. It's definitely misaligned.
Oh god, yes it is.
How are we going to fix that? I think I see some computer consoles on the other side.
Well, I don't really feel like crossing through there, so I guess that's why we've got to go around. I'm still looking for the vents.
The gravitic plating in this area mustn't be fully charged.
Any other UFO down things? Oh, so because we got the gravity jumps back. All right, or low gravity jumps, I should probably say. No. No to you too. Oh, that sends it back down for them. That's closed. Unless I've got to wait for them to come up. Because I guess they can't jump for some reason. No idea why, but I guess gameplay reasons. Gameplay reasons, not actual reasons. Just gameplay reasons. So, can you guys open this?
The door's locked, sir. Tuvok said he disabled all the security locks.
He's gonna blow it.
There's some micro fissures in the door structure. I think I can blow it. Take cover. I wouldn't be much of a demolitionist if I couldn't blow up a door.
That's gonna be a recurring gag in this game. Or at least in this this section of it. Just die and bow before me, I am your new master. As long as you walk diagonally, those things can't seem to hit you. Let's go, crew! Alright, button. How close do I need to be? Why would the button not be on the lift? You know, whatever. Anyone stop the scratch? You guys still couldn't do anything. Resupply, thank you. Do a little save. I don't know when the last save was. Alright, what's this? Nothing. Because we're on the other side, so something here has got to... Ah, this one, you're flashing. Does that fix it? Yeah, it does!
The plasma stream is realigned. Well done. Now, proceed to the firing chamber
In
and
here?
load the charge.
In here. Alright, let's do it. It's such a fun game. It's nice to play just a shooter, honestly, for a change. 'Cause it's been so long since I've played just a normal shooter like this.
I can see the harvester ship. It's almost a Voyager. Help us. Hurry, Alex.
Chill! It's not no giant robots. Ah, they're using the scavenger rifle. That's interesting. But I didn't even realize I could switch weapons, to be honest. I thought they'd just always use the compression rifle. This game likes its symmetry. If there's one there, there's gonna be one there. Running a bit low on dilithium now. But I mean, I've got plenty of energy-based weapons anyway. And then even if I run out of those, I've still got a phaser as well. So we're all good. Just something for a bit, you know, the colossal back problems.
We're not getting through here with those rods down.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, got him! Caught him! Oh, there we go. That was unfortunate. And the idea is probably to press you to go into those. And you'd be stuck and like, oh dear. You anything? Yeah. Alright, crew, gang, let's go. That killed them, yep. Come get me, come get me, come get me, come get me. Oh, for God's sake. Really? It's focusing on them, not me. How much do you take? Not much, to be honest. For the torpedo launcher! I've got 2 lots of energy there, so definitely.
Whoa. That thing's huge.
I really wish my crew would stop getting in the way of my torpedoes. Oh no, let me go and get some ammo. Yeah, I really should be using this weapon, it uses so much. Maybe on the larger threats, but for the smaller threats I could probably just use this. Although I can always go back to this because this thing is just the MVP. Apparently I picked up more. Lovely. And the way they're supplying me, I feel like this is what they want me to be using.
Hey, that's the rod cooling.
Uh-oh, more bots.
How many? Yeah, there's only 3 of them, that's fine. Let's go say hi! See, I picked up both those, didn't I? It's like the Robocop wannabes come in 2s. Alright. Oh, I could have loaded them in here and used that. Oh well. This is one of the few times I've actually had to backtrack as well. Wait, what?
Voyager is counting on us. Beam him back to sickbay.
Huh, they can actually die. That didn't feel like it was scripted, so... Wow, he must suck. Oh, shit. Not what I wanted to do. Considering I've been taking literally the brunt of these attacks, and he just died. I wonder how that affects the game now, then. Like, does it affect it? For Rescued Foster as well, I don't know if that affects things either. Does it just change who appears in a cutscene or something, or does it actually matter gameplay-wise? It would probably call it if it mattered gameplay-wise. It's an incentive to try and save
Mr.
everyone.
Monroe, you are in the storage chamber. The energy rounds for the weapon should be there.
Here's one. But how do we get it to the firing chamber?
This button, I imagine. Well, I mean, it did something. I don't think I have to replay this and see if I can save everyone or if he's just doomed to die. I mean, we're wearing red in Star Trek. It's our own fault, frankly. Granted, this is next gen era though, so... Oh my god, why do I keep accidentally clicking right mouse? Oh shit. Wait, give me my lithium! There we go. What happens if we stick a load of turrets in a hallway? Oh my god, the fact that AI gets in the way so much.
No.
I'm being shot at! What do you want from me,
We
Tuvok?
are out of time, Ensign. Load the charge now, or Voyager may be lost.
I'm loading it now.
That would be highly advisable, Mr. Monroe.
Lock and load, Commander.
Acknowledged. I am initiating the firing sequence. Prepare to beam back to Voyager.
I am prepared. To have my eardrums destroyed. I mean, it does look pretty badass. Ooh, I like. Oh god, yeah, that thing is definitely a bit close for comfort there. That's some hull damage. Didn't destroy it though. That's not good.
Where's everyone
Situation.
else?
We took some damage, had to beam you back separately. Tuvok needs you, come on. The Harvester ship was only disabled, but now they're trying to board us.
That's one tough ship, but at least Voyager's still in one piece.
Chang, Monroe, the Harvester's docking tendrils are attempting to breach the hull. Go to the equipment room and restock.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
Better stock up. If they're anywhere near as tough as their ship, you're going to need some heavy firepower.
It's
As
fine.
you can see, we took some casualties. Do you require medical attention?
Doctor,
You don't appear to be injured.
Just fucking healed me. Alright, sure.
The Harvesters are almost through, come on!
Alright, lead the way. Let's just get a combat mission on Voyager. This is cool. Oh, you poor bastard. Got that guy from coming along. God, fuck, I can't even see what I'm shooting at. Whoa, little crab bastards.
Monroe, the Harvesters are spreading out into the corridors. Stop them at any cost.
We can't study them. Interesting. Well, we saved that guy at least. Okay, I guess he's going that way. Wait, why? One, why'd you look like Tuvix? Two, why'd you come up as an enemy? The sound these things make is actually kind of creepy.
They're tearing the ship apart!
I'd rather you weren't. I thought you tried. Oh, shit! Oh, crap, bastard. I went crabbing as a child. Catch and release, don't worry.
My God, they're everywhere.
Yes, Tell. Yes, they are. That's why we're wiping them out. Monroe Extermination Services. Okay, I can't go back out, apparently. Oh yeah, an iMod. That's gonna fucking help, isn't it, game? Ow, 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 okay. What about the grenades? How do they work against them? Probably not ideal considering. Shit, there are a few of these guys. Oh, good. Hey, he's got the torpedo launcher as well, nice. Well, I didn't think crabs were going to be the biggest threat in the game, but here we are. Okay, you guys just infinite until I leave. That's the impression I'm now getting. Yeah, look at you guys. Okay, it is letting me up. Okay, well he's gotten distracted. Let me go and grab some ammo. Alright, no, they weren't infinite. Cool. Alright, well that's them exterminated. I mean, I'd rather you had been killed by the harvesters, but whatever. Hey, what's this way? Ammo? I like ammo. Ah, this leads back around. This is a bit that was force-fitted. Okay. So about 3 shots. Alright, not too bad.
We do not require medical attention. Your assistance is much appreciated, Ensign.
I'll say. Any later and we might have been a harvester snack.
Monroe to Bridge. The harvesters have been eliminated.
Good work, Ensign. We'll get cleanup crews down there on the double.
They really weren't the big threat that they made out to be.
It would have been much worse had we not disabled the harvester.
Okay, well I guess that makes... Alright, that makes more sense.
What do you mean?
Let's just say that, as ship's morale officer, I've noticed people are a little on edge from constantly being on the defensive for so long. I just hope we get out of here soon.
Tuvok, Ensign Monroe, report to the conference room in half an hour.
Alright, what we got?
DCM is working. Environmental controls and most critical systems will be online soon. But I don't know if we'll get full power back.
How long before warp drive? I want to get Voyager as far from this death trap as possible.
I might be able to get it up and running, but I can't guarantee its stability with that constant power drain.
Future backup warp drive.
Harry, what about sensors? Can we...
Wait, aren't we...
Go ahead, Ensign. What's on your mind?
Well, aren't we going to counterattack?
What?
I mean, are we just going to sit here and wait for them to attack again, or are we going to strike back?
I don't intend to leave Voyager a sitting duck, Ensign. Maybe you weren't paying attention just now, but we're doing our best to get out of here.
Mr. Monroe, you were invited to this conference as a courtesy. The captain has rejected your proposal.
Captain, I'm just saying what everyone is thinking.
All right, Ensign. Just what is everyone thinking?
Well, it's just that people are tired of being on the defensive.
I have to agree. I've talked with some of the crew. Morale is low. They feel vulnerable.
The best defense is often a strong offense.
What are we supposed to do without engines and weapons? Drift over there and use harsh language?
Yes.
That thing's outer defenses could cut Voyager to ribbons.
Not every problem can be solved by force, Ensign.
I would have thought you would know that by now.
While we're sitting here licking our wounds, the Forge could send another harvester ship.
All the more reason to get repairs done sooner.
But what if the repairs can't be finished because of that dampening field?
I understand. We're all feeling vulnerable. But I'm not just captain of this ship. I'm the captain of her crew as well. I can't ignore the morale of my people. If they don't get a chance to fight back, they might not have any fight left in them by the time the next harvester comes. And I can't ignore the fate of the other countless victims this forge has taken, and the ones it's yet to take. We've been fighting so hard for our own survival, we've almost forgotten our responsibility to the others trapped here. If we have a chance to stop this madness once and for all, we must take it.
Let's do it.
However, Voyager is in no shape to challenge the Forge. Mr. Monroe, I take it you have a plan in mind.
Let's do it.
Yes,
no?
I do. Trojan Horse.
The harvester ship.
Of course! I can take a small team of my best people. We use the harvester to enter the forge and lower its defenses so you can send reinforcements.
Assuming they don't scan you and blow you away on approach.
The dampening field, Voyager and the other ships should be able to escape.
We don't have any idea what kind of internal defenses that thing has.
At the very least, we can buy Voyager some time.
All right. Tuvok, Chakotay,
Okay.
Monroe.
It's not the worst plan ever, but it's up there.
It's time we brought the fight to our captors.
Once the dampening field generator is down, we will evacuate the forge and return to Voyager via the shuttlecrafts.
Crewman Jaworski, yes.
Sir, how are we going to get the harvester back to the forge? We don't know how to operate it, do we?
A science team has examined the harvester ship and discovered an automatic recall system. The ship is programmed to return to the forge on its own.
Okay, autopilot, nice.
Your team leader, Ensign Monroe, will now brief you on your specific mission objectives.
The first team is going to be a small group. Just myself, Telsia, Beesman, and Chell. We will
Why
board the
Chell?
harvester and initiate the auto-return sequence. We believe the harvester will return to this area of the forge, a docking ring of some sort. Still under construction, apparently. Our scans indicate that the external defense's power grid is located
Under
somewhere
construction,
in this area.
that's interesting.
Once we shut it down, we'll call for the reinforcements. That's where the rest of you come in. Once
This thing's
we're
been here a
rendezvous,
while.
We will spread out and proceed down this main shaft. We'll try to locate the generator for the dampening field and destroy it, allowing Voyager to escape. Any questions? Liz?
What kind of resistance are we gonna run into?
Honestly, we don't know. We presume there'll be more harvesters over there, and who knows what else. We don't know anything about this forge, and who's operating it.
It's going to go well.
I expect pretty heavy resistance. Look, I know some of you must be scared. I know I am. But the Hazard team was created and trained for exactly this kind of dangerous assignment. We can beat this thing.
This crew has repeatedly surprised and impressed me over these past several years. Starfleet, Maquis, and others. We've all come together and performed beyond the expectations of even the finest starship crew. I know you can do this. We will shut down this death trap.
All right, let's
Rousing
see if we can get
speech.
going. My team, meet by the harvester docking tendril in 1/2 hour. Dismissed. Come to wish me luck, Tuvok?
Vulcans do not believe in luck, Mr. Monroe. However, your success is crucial. And while I believe you will prevail, I hope that your mission does not encounter undue adversity.
Thanks, Tuvok.
We will join
Closest
you
we're gonna
as soon as
get.
your team deactivates the outer defenses.
It's lucky this thing was very easy to figure out. Do we get to see the inside of the harvester ship? That'd be cool. Let's
Anybody home?
shut the fuck up,
How
dude.
old is this place?
I just a pit to death immediately. Good. Always a great sign. I love the design of this interior, though. This looks really cool. Okay.
Shell, hope you're not afraid of heights.
Why? Uh-oh.
Hey, Monroe. Jell's never gonna make it across. See if you can find an easier way down for him. We'll cover you.
Out of my way.
Move it!
The fuck? These people are really insane. Navigate the superstructure of the forge in order to gain access to the security grid. Okay. Limited maneuverability. Don't stray too far from the structures or you may find yourself floating off into space. That's always comforting to know. Okay, this is fine. I mean, these things can't shoot, can they? So... It's vaporized. This thing has some range, nice. There any more? Yeah, there's one over there. I like how they're sniping as well, that's cool. Alright. I'm definitely quick saving here. Jump! Oh god. I'm good. Ah, so you're delivering some little jars now apparently. Cool. So, why is this place under construction still? Because the way that it's been talked about, this thing has been here for ages. Have they just not had enough ships to get all the raw materials from? I assume that's why they're breaking the ships apart in the first place. Interesting. Drop out. Ah, that's helpful. Let's go. Is that a grav lift? Yes, yes it was. Shut down the security grid to allow Voyager shuttles with reinforcements to reach the forge. Ah, the infamous shuttles of Voyager, the never-ending ones. Vehicle replicators kind of answer that question now. I always assumed they just replicated new ones anyway, but apparently that was a mystery to some people. I'm so hostile.
Where are you going?
To get dilithium. Very important to me. Oh wow, you can actually ride in these. That's so cool. Float. Just getting Covenant vibes now. Okay, through the door. Apparently no one's alerted anyone yet, so that's good.
There's atmosphere in here.
That's always a good thing to hear. That, on the other hand, is not. Hello, you're new.
Must be the Harvester's uglier cousins.
I don't think they like us very much.
Oh, these ones shoot. Okay. Okay, so they've got different forms of aliens over here. They look like they're related to the Harvesters, though, so... That's interesting. Maybe they're either the same species, like different levels of development, or could have just different subspecies. I was worried of that. It is an alien space station. So the fact it's swimming with aliens shouldn't really be that much of a surprise, to be completely honest. I can't actually get that guy. He's gone over to the edge and, oh well. Oh, that's not good. Oh, they jump as well. The harvesters could also just be like basic foot soldiers. And these guys are the backup. The elite units, maybe? For those who prove particularly resistant. Oh, I get to kill you up here instead. Lovely. That shell just spawned in.
Deactivate the defense system from here. Wait a second. I think I can. Yes, I can run an endless loop, a simulation of current sensor data. It will just extrapolate all the ship's current movement.
Ugh.
So the targeting.
Why am I cold?
I think all the ships are just drifting.
Having a heat wave.
Right. When the reinforcements come, the targeting computers won't see them.
Good thinking, Chell. Monroe to Voyager. The defense grid is down. You should be able to bring in reinforcements to the docking ring. But you better hurry. It's some pretty heavy resistance.
Understood. We shall be there as soon as possible.
All that heavy resistance.
Try to locate the main central shaft of the forge. Our scans indicate it should lead to the energy dampening field generator.
Acknowledged. Monroe out. Alright. We'd better get moving before more of those things show up. We can meet up with the reinforcements on one of the lower levels.
Okay. I've locked that exit down.
This one's... that one. Okay. I'll set back down there then. Oh, is this more tubes that I can blow up? No. Alright, let's try. Anything on this side? Nope. Onslaught. It's not an ominous title at all. Ow. There's health, so we're all good. And ammo. Thank you.
Nice shooting, Monroe.
Those pieces of debris are from Voyager.
I never thought I'd have a gun I'd like more than a photon torpedo launcher, but here we go. And yes, they most certainly are.
Hey, what? That's my Nausicaa wrestling trophy! Alright, now I'm really gonna have to teach him a lesson.
Calm down, crewman.
They stole his Nausicaa wrestling trophy. That's amazing. Oh. It's a bit of a crap force field if it just lowers like that, but alright. Oh, crap. Okay, it does affect multiple at once, alright. That's what I thought it was. I hadn't actually tested that aspect of it out yet. Okay, that was fine. Any more dilithium? Dilithium would be good. I've got plenty of energy around though, so I can always go back to the carbine. Carbine? Compression rifle. My brain went Halo for a minute. Oh god, that's Chell. Little shits. I haven't grabbed some health. There we go. Oh, I got him. That was cheap. I approve. Oh, we're being flanked. That's generally not good. Okay, not too bad. I really can't bother to go back for health. I'm sure there'll be health again in a minute. Makes it more interesting, I guess, if I don't have health. Not that I don't have health, but you know. I guess I'm not feeling like I really need to play that strategically, because you don't lose that much health overall. I'll probably regret saying eventually.
Hey, check it out, man. There's some of those creatures in these containers. What's that all about?
Ah, great. They're alien grunts. Lovely.
As long as they stay in there.
You know, they even look kind of Vortigon-y in a way.
Hey, ugly! Wake up!
Hey,
interesting.
Be careful.
Ah, he's sound asleep. He's lucky he's in there.
Yes, I'm sure he is. Right, what are we doing then? Okay. Oh god, alright. That's what we're doing. It's amazing how many alien enemies don't know when to give up. Ow. Oh no, there's the harvesters. Which certainly explains the ammunition crystals. Actually, gets you a lot more ammo than I thought it did. I would have left the other one. Oh well. Can I lower the force field? Oh, I can lower the lift. Does that then lower the force field, or? Oh, it does. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, this is a death room if ever I've seen one. Are they gonna burst out, or?
Man, here comes some more.
What the hell did... Oh god, they are coming out of those. Bob and weave. Okay, that one's dying. Good. Ah, crap. Maybe don't go by the spawn points. Amazing. I think when he switched weapon as well, he carried on firing still. So like this spam shot compression rifle. A considerable number. Ah, crap.
Damn it! I can't get off a good shot.
Oh my god. If the man wants to die, let him die. That dialogue! And they're somehow missing him. Never mind. Oh well, anyway. The hitboxes on friendlies is ridiculous. Alright, you firing shit over there. Why is it whenever I try and shoot at someone far away, an ally blocks my shot? That's not the weapon I want. Give me help, give me ammo, give me everything. Hey, I was 7. Oh, half the Voyager crew is there, nice.
Thanks, Tuvok. We couldn't have held out much longer. Did all the boarding parties make it?
Yes. The defense systems did not fire. The captain, Chakotay, and others have boarded several decks.
Good.
Excellent.
Find the generator and shut it down.
Let's assimilate this place.
He's dead.
Yay!
No, he can't be.
Good.
Oh.
The good of the many outweighs the needs of the few. Mr. Beesman understood this. He will be missed.
Really?
But we must continue with our operation.
He's dead anyway.
Sensor scans indicated that the generator is on the lowest level. We will need to divide into teams and try to find a way down to destroy it. Mr. Chell, Miss Murphy, I will require your skills.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Chang, Jurat, you're with me then.
We should maintain an open comm channel for the remainder of the mission. Let's go.
Alright, so how much time have I got now? 150? Could be better, could be worse. Wait, what? Oh, am I meant to be going down here? Okay. Why are you letting them out, you morons? What the hell was that about?
Dakota to the captain. We're pinned down here.
Hold on, Commander. We're on our way.
Oh my god, what is that?
Who are they?
I
Oh, I love that design! No idea what they are, but they are cool looking. Like shamany.
This shaft, it's full of those monsters. There must be thousands of them stored in the walls. This must be some kind of incubation chamber.
It's a whole army of these things. For some kind of invasion. There's enough here to take a whole planet.
Not just a planet, an entire galaxy.
Oh, dream it big. Nice.
Reavers.
Reavers. That's their name. Okay.
Machines.
Who the fuck are you?
Thousands of your years, abducting species from all over this galaxy. Our probes have found worlds your puny Federation would never dream existed. We've tested and dissected them all, combining and manipulating their DNA.
Right, they're the Combine.
The ultimate warrior race. You and your entire galaxy shall fall to the Vorsoth.
The Vorsoth?
We will stop you! Pitiful creatures. To the Vorsoth, you are nothing more than an infestation. An annoyance to be crushed like a...
What happened?
We Betazoids are telepathic. I was able to block the alien's voice. For now.
I mean, you could have given us more intel, but alright.
You okay?
Yes, it just took a lot out of me. I'll be fine.
Tuvok.
For an ultimate warrior race, they're not that good.
We found the main shaft that just had some sort of contact with the being who seems to be in control of this station.
Yes, Ensign. We received the same message. We are still recovering from it.
They're creating an army of drones. They're just like the Borg.
Correction. The Borg seek only perfection. These Vorsoth seek to annihilate all lesser beings and dominate whole galaxies.
So they're the Borg from Picard Season 3.
Sir, we can't just shut down the generator. We've got to destroy the entire station.
I concur, Ensign. My teams will start placing explosives. You and your team continue down the shaft to the generator. You have to destroy it before we can set off the det packs. Voyager can then escape the region before the explosion.
Understood. Monroe out.
I wonder if these guys are part of Jem'Hadar. That'd be cool. Oh, there goes another ultimate warrior. Central star, shaft to the energy, damaging generator and destroy. Okay. Any more dilithium? Yes, there is. Lovely. Oh my god. Seriously, if I could just not have
Everyone okay?
friendly AI, that'd be great. They literally just get in the way. What are you shooting at? Careful! Thousand. I don't know why, but this color scheme always just makes me happy. Sort of like the grey darks with the reds and stuff. Like Doom, I loved it. This, I love it. Tomb Raider, I loved it. Halo, I love it.
Chakotay to the captain. We've placed some charges, but we have entries here. We're heading for the shuttles.
Understood. We still have a few more to set.
We have set none. Okay, well, there's a way up there. Good to know. Oh, God. Ah! Have those weird things up top. Don't know what those ones are called yet. So the little ones are harvesters. The slightly larger ones are reavers. What are the shaman wannabes? They seem to be taking the role of alien controllers, so I'll just call them controllers for now. Okay, wait, is there something I can do on this panel? Interesting button system. Wait, there's something I can do on that panel? Yeah, okay. Wanted to make sure. Oh, am I literally just walking through the door? Yeah. These guys could just be technicians for a while, though the shots are interesting, because they're doing like weird blue circles at you. I couldn't see any kind of weapon on them, but I haven't really been able to examine them up close. The Reavers, they obviously have like a gun mounted to their wrists, so... I mean, that's fine.
Invisible force fields on the floor here.
If they're invisible, how would you know that?
It's segmented. There's holes everywhere. There has to be a path or pattern to it.
Ah, save. Can I see them? Ah, okay. You can actually tell because your crosshair changes color as well. That's amazing.
Good thing Chow wasn't here. He'd have to change his habits.
Any damage at all works. Nice. Maybe no overkill for one single harvester, but whatever.
Captain, we've placed the last of the dead packs.
Good, Ensign. Get to the shuttles and return to Voyager.
Yeah, they're not firing. They're like making those themselves. Like firing them out of their faces. Interesting. Alright, let's go down here, I guess. Oh god. What's wrong with me is your hitbox is so large I can't help but hit you. I'll have this. And I'll have this. All three at once now. Great. So I've got to say, this game has been so good at providing enemy variety. So good. They're constantly introducing new stuff, which I really appreciate. Oh, shoot, I should. Oh, crap! They're jumping up from a lower level, are they? Well, this is actually working out pretty well, honestly. I thought that looked different. all this advanced tech and they have a slow-ass bridge.
Looks like we're almost to the bottom.
We're evacuating. Our deck packs are set and ready to blow.
Acknowledged. We're en route to the tunnels ourselves.
Good. Cruise evacing.
Everyone okay?
I don't think anyone's been okay since we came onto the forge, honestly, but... Okay, maybe there was a safer way down. Probably jumping onto... There was a lift right there. I'll take the health loss. I deserve it for being an idiot.
They're like fetuses. They must grow them down here.
Right. They must use the materials gathered by the harvesters to build all this equipment.
That's the baby ones. Well, let's make sure these can't be born. There we go. These look like evil sewing machines. They may not have done much, but we've crippled their production. Okay, crippled maybe overstating it a bit. We've minorly inconvenienced them. The worst kind of inconvenience. I didn't think I needed that, but whatever. You guys getting on? Or no, right? No, crap. What's wrong? Please stop jumping into my line of fire! Huh. Looks like one of their, like, I don't know, well, some kind of equipment. Are they growing their equipment down here as well? Interesting. Either way, we'll just inconvenience them as much as physically possible. Wait, on, is this one I want to go now? Yeah. Go floor by floor and clear these bastards out. Yes, we literally had a telepathic message from their boss. Which I'm assuming it's their boss. The Warsaw. Cool name. I don't know if killing the controller wannabes is actually helpful, but I don't know if it affects any kind of squad AI, even if they have squad AI. I know this is an older game. Okay, I like it. It glows and makes noises. It's good in my book. I do like the look of that. It's like an evil lava lamp.
Excellent, Mr. Monroe. Destroy the generator and we will activate the deck packs. We will then start the evacuation.
Understood.
Ensign, it is important that you succeed. All of Voyager is counting on you. Tuvok out.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. We're ready, Alex.
I love it. I know Tuvok's not deliberately putting him down here, but... So... No, this is the generator cells. We need to actually destroy it somehow. Am I just... Nope, okay. We've got the energy beams. It's up powering it. So those turn yellow. Can I destroy these? That works. Beautiful. Ah, here we go. They're free. Ethereal. Was it the ethereal? Ethereals? Ethereals? Something like that? Oh god. They're not happy we just broke that. And I guess I can't blame them for not being happy. They've spent how long trying to build all this crap and then we've just beamed in and wrecked it. Apparently no other ship has been able to. For some reason.
Over here. Let's move it, Ensign.
I guess no one else was able to take out the Harvester.
Insignificant creatures, you cannot stop us. This forge is but the first of millions. We will launch the seed.
Millions, great.
It will grow into a new forge and create thousands more. You have simply delayed the inevitable. The Forsoth shall conquer your galaxy. Then, countless others.
Good luck in Andromeda. That one's kind of got rising radiation levels as of the 23rd century, so...
Gerard. She blocked the voice again. Must have overwhelmed her.
Alex, listen, we've got to get out of here. The whole place is going to blow.
Come on, let's go.
Take Gerard. Get her back to Voyager.
Wait, what? Alex, where are you going?
You saw the visions. All this is going to start all over again if I don't stop that seed.
Wait, let us...
No. You've got to get Gerard back to Voyager. This is my decision.
We're doing the noble sacrifice. At the very least, you won't have comfortable chairs. Or your sewing machines. Inconvenience everything you possibly can. Right. Save. Up here, so we came in through there, yeah. I assume we're going to get a massive boss fight at the end with the Vorstoth itself. Well, I wanted to have some time without any allies, so this is actually kind of nice. No friendly fire now. Get fucking slaughtered. Ow. Weapon energy terminal. I'm sorry, what? It just upped my dilithium to 999. Okay, all my weapons are at 999. What? Save. This is a terrible sign. This means I'm going to need this ammo. Oh dear. Wait, is the boss fight going to happen now? I thought we were going to have to fight through a bit more of the structure first, but because they've just upped everything, I'm waiting for it. I don't know.
Ensign Monroe, acknowledge.
Silent treatment, Tuvok, fuck you. So you get being a bitch to me the whole game.
Mr. Monroe,
Not I love you.
Violating direct orders.
Good, that's the best kind. Get ready to give me accommodation when I get back, if I get back. promote me in front of Harry Kim. Poor Harry. He deserves better. Alright. I'll destroy these because they're yellow. No, I can just interact with them, alright. Yeah, this is a boss arena.
Foolish human.
I feel like I've only just got onto the forge, though.
Stop the Warsaw.
I'm not ready to be done with this area yet, so...
I am the Warsaw. I was created by the Ancient Ones. I
Where are you now?
carry out their programming.
We're talking the progenitors?
To create a new forge. We can never be stopped.
Or do they have an enemy? That'd be interesting.
Wait! Listen to me! In your visions, I saw this machine is thousands of years old. How do you know that your purpose is conquest? Your makers might have only intended to use you for research. They may have been explorers, like ourselves.
Nonsense. Our programming is clear. We are engineered for perfection. We are created to conquer.
But through the thousands of years, your original programming may have deteriorated. Do you even remember who built you? Where did they come from? What did they look like? The race of beings who...
I appreciate him trying this, but...
Silence! The seed will be launched. You shall be destroyed.
Alright, Nomad. Oh crap, ow! Okay, so they're beaming in from the other platforms, got it. Got health stations around, dilithium around, energy as well, good. I mean, sure, I can sit here and slaughter your entire army if you want. Like, it's not really a problem. Ow, that was bad. I literally just walked into that. And I walked into that one, amazing. Oh, so I thought he was going to die, damn it. But underestimating how much I actually have to hit these guys. Try and get some range on the, well, ranged ones. Oh! Whoa, hello! Yes! Good! Nice!
More fodder for the flames of war.
This guy's very eager to kill things, isn't he? I'm glad that they came to help. That's a nice callback. Well, that's done. Great.
No.
Okay, they're not arguing. All right. Yes, us inferior beings being pesky again. This isn't good, is it? Oh, the tentacles sort of ripped out there. That's not generally good. Oh, you're quite big, aren't you? What is it with evil things and maniacal laughter? Oh god, it's right next to me. Fuck off. Die. Oh! Oh! Oh, it does some damage. What the hell's it doing now? Oh crap! Alright. Keep moving. No, oh, now it's firing missiles at me. Lovely. Perfect. Am I just shooting you, or is this something else I'm meant to be doing? Don't know if that's really doing anything extra. Probably not. It's more group attack. Doesn't seem to be doing anything, so maybe I'm meant to be doing something else. I'm not sure what. Doesn't seem to be setting anything up for me to do, so... I'm gonna grab some ammo. Ow. Oh, like one hit takes your health down so much. Done? Okay, yeah, it was literally just shoot him. Alright. Okay, that's a pretty easy boss fight. I'm guessing on higher difficulty it's probably a one-shot. Yeah, everything seems to be a minor setback for you. Use of my crotch as I beam away. Oh, or I could get impaled. You know, I mean, beamed. Okay, okay, we are going with beamed. Nice. All these other stranded ships are crap. Voyager just comes in. A couple of hours, they're dead.
The forge has been destroyed.
We made it! What about the other ships?
Some of them made it out. Captain, I'm getting a message from the Etherians. They thank us for our help and are back on their way to their new home.
Captain,
Hopefully it hasn't been colonized.
We're still in the Delta Quadrant, but we're over 200 light years closer to the Alpha Quadrant.
So,
okay.
We gained a few months. Not bad. Get us back on course for home, Mr. Paris.
Looks like your plan worked, Ensign.
Yes.
Silver lining, at least.
Congratulations, Monroe. Good work.
Your performance was quite satisfactory. You appear to be injured. You should report to sickbay.
Thank you, Tuvok.
Alex?
Telsia, hi.
Penny for your thoughts?
What's a penny?
I don't know. Some old phrase I heard Paris say once.
It's a good touch.
It was a nice service. For Beastman and the others.
Yeah, for a funeral.
You couldn't have helped them, you know. You did the best you could. They knew the risks. They were professionals.
I know, but when you disappeared on the Etherian ship, I told myself the same thing. It didn't make me feel any better then, either.
You can't bring them back. Don't live in the past. Look toward the future. You have a bright future.
Do I?
Sure. Trust me.
Is this a private party, or can anyone join?
How are you doing, Monroe?
As good as can be expected, I guess.
Lieutenant Monroe?
They
Those
did
tips
promote him!
Suit you well, Lieutenant.
Oh, amazing.
You had us worried there at the end.
Mr.
Paul
Monroe
Harris.
disobeyed orders and did not board the escape shuttle.
I'm sorry, sir. There was something I had to do.
We know, Lieutenant. We all saw the alien visions. You did what you had to do.
It was commendable. You were willing to sacrifice yourself for the whole.
As did the entire team. You all performed bravely.
The Hazard team has proven to be more valuable than we imagined. Starfleet just might adopt your idea when we get back, Tuvok.
Thank you, Captain.
The TV series did.
Mr.
That'd be
Monroe
great.
is the one most responsible for the success.
I'd love this as a TV series, honestly.
It took some
It has a
time
team
and
sort of
not
thing.
inconsiderable effort. but you have proven yourself to be an outstanding officer and a natural leader, as I always believed you would.
Thank you, sir. I was afraid you would think my decision was too impulsive.
Sometimes, Lieutenant, your gut instinct is better than what logic and procedure would suggest. Both are needed in a good
Vulcan
leader.
admitting that, damn.
That is why I chose you to begin with.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Why, Tuvok? Is that a bit of pride I detect?
Surely, Captain. There is no cause to insult me.
There is always cause to insult you, Tuvok. In a banterous way. Okay then, I guess that's it. For the story, anyway. When I let the credits roll. Get this completely copyrighted to all hell with the music. I wonder if I'll even be able to release this on YouTube. If you're watching this on YouTube, then I guess it went okay. If not, then rip this. This was fun. I'll start with the good. The story was good. The gameplay felt good. Obviously, I guess it's older, but a couple of things here and there are a little bit clunky, sure, but overall it felt good to play still. There was so much weapon variety that most weapons, I feel like I didn't really use that much. Like, I never really got to use oh, frick, was it the Tetrion, whatever it was, rifle thing? The green one. And I used the stasis weapon, I think it was a stasis weapon? It was on the 5 slot. I used that on, like, one mission, or one part of the game. Which I guess it was suited those missions, but the arc welder. I think, yeah, the arc welder, I believe. So it's called the Dreadnought weapon, but I'm pretty sure it's referred to as the arc welder when I... Oh, that's the name that popped into my brain when I was remembering what the hell it was called from many, many years ago. So, arc welder, if it's not the arc welder, Dreadnought weapon, I guess. But yeah, I didn't remember the story. I didn't remember the enemies. Now that I've played it, I'm sort of having some flashbacks to when I would have originally played this and stuff, and it's quite interesting. But they've managed to fit it into the Voyager series as well, very nicely. I don't know when this came out in relation to like what season they were on at the time, broadcast-wise, but it would have been cool if they had incorporated some of the lore that they put into this game into the TV series as well, but I know with Star Trek, the TV stuff is canon, non-TV stuff isn't, generally speaking. Or at least it's beta canon and they can override it whenever the hell they feel like. So you could always just say that they were there just in the background. Is this looping? I feel like we already had Janeway. So I don't really want to sit here and just watch the end credits on loop. Or is this... No, I think is this different. This is different languages, isn't it? Yeah, this is different languages. Okay, because that was Robert Picardo. No, whatever. Negative-wise, some of the character dynamics weren't really fleshed out all that well. Some of the characters were a bit annoying. At the there seemed to be a romance thing going on between Monroe and Telsia. At least for one brief level, and then... That's the impression I got anyway. I could just be misreading the situation. But then suddenly it's never really brought up again. They have another moment at the end, but it's not really... doesn't feel similar at all, so I don't know if that was just something they wanted to add in but just ran out of time and couldn't and just got cut, whatever. But that was my main gripe with that. Then we had Beesman, I think it was. The guy who was always just cracking jokes and all that crap, and I didn't like his character at all. In this entire game, he's my least favourite character completely. He just felt so out of place. I was just questioning, why is he on this elite team? Because he shouldn't be. Like, if he was sarcastic and tried to do jokes while he's on Voyager, okay, sure, people are like that, I get that. But doing that whilst you're on an alien vessel in a combat situation with completely unknown hostiles, like, what? Why? I get they were just trying to put comedy into the game, but for me, personally, it fell flat with those kind of situations. Chell... I know Chell is in the TV series. It's literally one of the marquee crew members. I think he had an episode sort of dedicated around him and a couple of other ones. I believe it might have been season 1, season 2. I can't remember the exact one, but pretty sure he was in that. But in this, he was very unsure of everything. I don't want to say he was a complete and utter coward, but you know. So it felt very weird that he was placed onto this team. I could get him. They wanted to put him as a character on Voyager. Maybe he could be one of the people who helps maybe brief you on some stuff or does some logistics side. But actually putting him onto the Hazard team. And he's like, oh no, I'm afraid of heights. I can't possibly go there. It's like, okay, sure. So yeah, characters I definitely had some issues with. The impact also of characters that died didn't seem to matter all that much. As we had a couple which I'm pretty sure you had to die, and then there was the one, Mitch I think it was, who felt a bit out of the blue, so I'm assuming could have survived. Definitely do need to test that out to see if he could have or not. But there was nothing really there. There was no like memorial for them or anything. You just, I guess you get the personal satisfaction of knowing that you've saved them or not. I suppose. I don't know, it just felt a bit strange. Like, Foster, he seemed to be completely optional, because Seven was like, no, don't do it. Then the game gave you an option to continue, but there was a side route you could go to save him from assimilation. And he never came back in the entire game. So, I guess it is literally, you have the knowledge, well done, you did it, GG. So, overall, yes, I've criticised it a bit there, but I still had a great time doing this. Visually, this game, obviously, yes, it's dated graphics-wise, but the colour schemes, the designs and stuff, I love them. Especially the Forge, that's probably my favourite section of the game. It looked absolutely gorgeous. The idea of having hybrid warriors, I love that as well. If these guys wanted to go out and start their own sort of, or conquer everything, it would have been interesting to see if the Forge seed had gone out, what would have happened? Because at this point, well, I guess depending on when in the timeline this is meant to be, the Dominion War is going on, potentially. I think that was going on for like, what, seasons 1 through 5 of Voyager? So we got the Delta Flyer, so it's got to be after the early one. So it probably is around Dominion War or shortly after. Either way, the Dominion itself should still exist. So it'd be interesting if the Vorsoth and the Dominion met. Like, what would happen there? So we've already seen that the Vorsoth seem to be able to incapacitate the Borg. But what about Changelings, Jem'Hadar, the Vorta, and all that lot? Would they have a similar effect on them? I don't know. Would be interesting, regardless. The Klingons would love it, because, you know, it's someone else to kill, isn't it? So they'll be quite happy to swing batless at them. Hirogen, they'll just be happy hunting people again, you know. As they are. Melon might be a bit annoyed, gets rid of their waste routes.
Welcome to Voyager.
Okay, that was the abrupt ending. One thing I do want to check out, Virtual Voyager. Systems on the bridge. Explore the decks of Voyager. Utilize the astrometrics lab. Launch a shuttlecraft from the shuttle bay. View crew logs and gather secret items. Experience new holodeck training missions. Sure. Oh, and I have a tricorder! What? Okay. Vulcan Love Slave 3 Pon Forest 1. Oh, that's amazing. Callback. Oh, nice. You get more. Holy shit, you can. Alright. We can have a look, I guess. Okay. No. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. There we go. What has a new security force is being formed, something called the Hazard Team. They're going to be the elite of the elite, apart from Channel Beesman, which means they'll get to see some pretty intense action. I'm going to talk to Lieutenant Foster and see if I can try out for the team. I've encouraged Austin Chang to try out too. I think a man with his talents would be very valuable. I tried out for the Hazard Team this morning and I have several huge bruises to show for it. Afterward, Lieutenant Foster spoke with Tuvok and then they informed me I was welcome to join the team. I didn't have to be asked twice. This is going to be great. And on top of that, Austin made the team too. I can't wait to start training. They had me lead the Hazard Team into a Borg cube simulation this afternoon. To call it a disaster would be an understatement. As soon as we beamed in, Chang mishandled his explosives and blew himself up. This made Beesman think we were under attack, so he started shooting blindly. Chell was so nervous he wound up killing Beesman and Telsia by mistake. And while I was trying to escape Charles' attack, I ran off a catwalk and fell 7 stories to my death. Maybe it was a mistake to join the Hazard Team. Okay, that was actually pretty funny. Maybe running into a situation with guns blazing isn't the answer to everything. Maybe it isn't the answer to anything. Every time I try to use too much force, I wind up getting killed. I've got to rethink my way of solving these holodeck simulations. This is the 3rd time I've taken the Hazard Team through the Borg Cube simulation, and yes, I managed to not only kill myself, but the whole team. Beesman had a field day with it. I've never seen him laugh so hard. Unfortunately, Tuvok didn't find it very funny. I'm beginning to think he might be regretting his decision to allow me on the team. Right after yet another failure of mine on the holodeck, Voyager was attacked by an alien probe and transported to some type of spaceship graveyard. A band of scavengers attacked us and managed to get away with some of our supplies, but the Hazard Team was able to save the day. Voyager was pretty badly damaged, but I'm sure B'Elanna Torres will figure a way to patch the ship up and get us out of here. Things are worse than I thought. Voyager is under the influence of some type of power dampening field. The Hazard Team is going on a reconnaissance mission to an abandoned ship to see what information we can find out about this area. Just got back from the away mission. It was pretty incredible. Chelsea, Chell and I tried to download data from an alien ship, but that brought its occupants alive. They swarmed all over us. I have to admit, Telsia was like a rock. She stood shoulder to shoulder with me, firing her phaser rifle while Chell downloaded information. Then we wound up running through the ship, trying to get away. At one point, it looked as though Telsia had died, but it turned out she had been put into stasis. The whole fight turned out to be a misunderstanding. Luckily, the aliens were able to communicate with us. It turns out they want to get out of this graveyard too. The Etherians, that's what they call themselves, gave us all the data they had on the area. Voyager is in serious trouble and we need to get a hold of a substance known as isodecium if we're going to last much longer. According to Lieutenant Torres, isodecium is the only way we'll be able to generate power with that dampening field affecting us. Fortunately, there is isodecium within our reach. Unfortunately, it's located in the scavenger base. 5 Hazard Team members are being sent over to the base, and I'm one of the 5. The mission to the scavenger base was a nightmare. Odell was hurt and Telsia was taken prisoner. Odell being back to Voyager and I managed to free Telsia and collect the isodecium. But after all that trouble, just as we were about to beam back to Voyager, the Borg beamed in and took both Lieutenant Foster and the isodecium. We have to mount some type of rescue for Lieutenant Foster. With Lieutenant Foster kidnapped by the Borg, I've been given command of the Hazard Team. I don't think I have Tuvok's full confidence, and after the mishaps on the scavenger base, I'm not even sure I trust myself. But I've been chosen to lead and I will do my duty. We are being sent to the Borg Cube to retrieve the isodecium and, if possible, rescue Lieutenant Foster. Tuvok has warned me the isodecium takes priority over the Lieutenant, but that doesn't mean I can't go out of my way to find him. I've already spoken with Jurat and warned her to be ready to beam back to Voyager with Foster if we locate him. We just made it back from the Borg Cube. If it hadn't been for 7 of 9's IMOD weapon, we never would have returned. The Borg are even more lethal and more frightening than the holodeck missions had shown. The Hazard Team managed to free Lieutenant Foster, but it was touch and go the entire time. At one point we were trapped and had to make a deal with the Borg. If we would use our iMods to remove a group of species 8472 that inhabited part of the cube, the Borg would give us back the isodesium. We held up our part of the bargain, but the Borg didn't. They tried to attack us. Fortunately, we were prepared. Chang set off an explosive, and in the confusion we were able to escape. Looks like whoever is running the graveyard finally took notice of us. Sensors indicate they are sending a ship called a Harvester for us. Word has it they rip ships apart and take any equipment that is of value. Since Voyager still has no operational weapons, I am leading several Hazard team members on a mission to help Tuvok fire the main weapon of a derelict gunship that is nearby. If this doesn't work, Voyager is lost. Nothing in the last couple of days has come easy. We made it to the gunship, but the weapon system was misaligned. The Hazard team had to battle all types of security drones to get to the room where we could correct the problem. It was touch and go for a while, but we succeeded. Tuvok fired the gun and damaged the Harvester ship, but not before a large number of the crew inside it boarded Voyager. They managed to cause quite a bit of damage to Voyager before we got rid of them all. We're finally going on the offensive. A strike force of the Hazard team is being sent to the Forge, which is the structure in the centre of the graveyard. We'll be hiding on board the damaged Harvester ship. It is hoped the automated return program can be activated on the alien ship, and we'll make it to the Forge without anyone knowing. Well, no, there. Once we have turned off the dampening field, we'll escape the graveyard under Voyager's own power. Okay, so this is after all the game then. Sonic Shower work yet? Nope, alright. Yeah, I'm still playing as Monroe, okay. Chicago High School Rugby Team MVP 2365. So yeah, you can manually scan anything that turns yellow. Object. Height 97.13 centimeters. Weight 5.87 kilograms. Objective log. Can I use the objective log? Oh. Visit holodeck. View Astrometrics holographics displays. Retrieve security access codes. Wait, does this mean I can read Vulcan Love Slave? No. That would have been amazing if I could.
Ensign?
Aye.
7.
I must commend you on your tactical analysis of our situation earlier. It is rare that I find myself in agreement with other members of the crew in these situations.
Thank you.
Preparations will take some time. I suggest you use the opportunity to relax.
Okay, no, this is actually during the game.
Captain Janeway has encouraged me to allocate a certain percentage of my time to leisure. It is inefficient, but I see the wisdom of the practice for humans.
Whatever.
Alex?
Yeah. Scan you. Scan you as well. Okay, maybe now we can.
Required.
So we can't go into Neelix's room yet. We're gonna get the codes. Interesting. Ensign Harry Kim. Ensign new. And Neelix. Humanoid life form. Amazing. So can I go and have a chat with the crew? A bowl.
Excuse me. Yes?
Oh, okay. What the... Items, harvester like. I'm not allowed to pick them up. Okay, I can just look at them. Recipes! Aha! What have we got? Oh, hold on. I'm being a phone. Okay. Recipes. I don't know if I can bother to read all the recipes. Atherian hair pasta. I remember the hair pasta. Follicles are mature when the hair is harvested during shedding season in early fall. So a delicacy on many planets in the Delta Quadrant, is fortunate that parents voluntarily offer their shed hair for their region's culinary delight, as they're a warlike race and few would dare to try to acquire the hair by force. Note, hair pasta should only be served in season. Frozen hair is not an acceptable substitute as much of the flavour is lost. Algae puffs, nice. Favourite pastry on Pantin 4, originally created by the chefs of King Vatavar the 26th for his coronation. The pastry, thanks brain, pastry soon gained popularity with commoners. It has been theorized there are two main reasons for its widespread acceptance. It's delicious and there are vast quantities of algae. That makes sense. I don't know, cookie sheets. Okay, nice. 8 to 10 minutes, not bad. Do not serve to Bolians. Their species appears to be violently allergic to algae puffs. After the incident where crewman Chell had to be beamed to sick bay. Banton. Spicy vegetable dish that originated on the planet Tumalot, 7. It is rumoured the immortal monks on the plains of Galamot owned their... Oh, my god, I can't read. Their long lives for this healthy meal. Incidentally, the monks weren't really immortal. They only lived for 60 years, but they normally live only 35 years. The monks just seem to be immortal. Amazing. If 2 ingredients are not added, Banter makes an excellent poison when ground into a paste. Jesus Christ. Jimbalian fudge cake. It's exquisite chocolate delight is a favourite of birthday parties in the Delta Quadrant. Named for the pastry chef credited with its invention, Jimbalian fudge cake is often judged by the number of layers and complemented with lamaki nut icing. Okay, combining ingredients and Neelix baked Kess a 7-layer fudge cake with the nut icing for her second birthday in 2372. That's just fucking creepy, Neelix, but sure. Calavian biscuits. Calavians are well known for their sweet tooth, and this biscuit recipe is one of their most famous pastries. The recipe only seems to turn out if you have Calavian flour, however. The biscuits won't rise properly without it. Okay, no extra notes for that one. Aurelian pudding. Aurelians ate pudding with nearly every meal, to accent the flavour of fine nut coffee, the most popular beverage on the planet. Pudding is generally served hot, unlike most Earth desserts of a similar nature. Interesting. Leola root soup, I remember that one. Bitter tasting soup is flavoured by the Leola root, a yellow-orange tube that is a very good source of vitamins and minerals from a swamp planet in the Delta Quadrant. But adventures while experiencing a hyper-REM sleep nightmares of 2374, Neelix dreamt of being boiled alive in a pot of Leola root soup. A nightmare despite the fact that his imaginary stew was perfectly seasoned. Macaroni and cheese. Ensign Ashmore introduced this Earth classic to Neelix as it had not been seen before in the Delta Quadrant. The ingredients are different than the Earth version, but the result is reportedly the same. Neelix has classified it as a comfort food. Okay, no, it goes well with peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Right. Okay, the peanut butter and jelly sandwich is a timeless Earth classic. In like one country, but sure. Even in the 24th century, the recipe hasn't changed for generations, but its greatness has only been recently introduced to the Delta Quadrant. I mean, it's one type of thing I've never had in my life. I've never really seen the appeal of having that either, but what the hell do I know? I'm the country that does beans on toast, which apparently the rest of the world just finds weird. I mean, I also find it weird because I hate baked beans, but that apparently makes me a weirdo as well, so I don't know, whatever. This is a comfort food for Tom Paris. Also, the sandwich seems to have special properties when bread crusts are removed. Fork and eggs, prepared quite similarly to what humans call an omelette, though much more flavourful. Though traditionally prepared for breakfast, fork and eggs are an equally appealing choice for lunch or dinner. So break the eggs into a large bowl, and you can add loads of cheese and nice out. Okay. Tri-dimensional chess set.
Telsia.
Come find me later, Alex.
The fuck? Elite Force action figure. There's one. Okay, so there's 9 figures to find. Ooh. It's a damn treasure hunt. Alright, alright. We got this, we got this. I need to find this picture. Presumably Neelix's room is going to house some. Then it said the simulation. I wonder if there's going to be anything hidden on the simulations as well.
Hello.
Hello, can I talk to you?
Hey.
Can't you see I'm working?
The crew are so rude. But nice if we could go into all these different rooms, but... Well, I think I just loop back around, didn't it? Alright,
Specify deck
oh god.
desired.
Let's just work our way through, I guess.
1.
Deck 1, let's do it. Hello, I'm here to mess up the bridge. I got promoted, bitch. Scan a bit variant. Scan a chair. Got ship repair status. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. I wasn't expecting this to have this much detail. Okay, let's have a look at ship repairs, I guess. When Voyager was transported to the area near the forge, many systems were damaged. The energy that transported Voyager generated a harmonic wave within the entire structure of the ship. This had a catastrophic effect that triggered surge protection devices on almost every system. In some cases, the surge protection did not react fast enough and physical damage occurred. The power dampening field generated by the forge has severely hampered repairs, but the isodesium has corrected that problem. Thanks to 709 for aiding in the installation of the isodesium and the hazard team for locating the substance for us. The engineering crew has performed above and beyond expectations. Most of them are near exhausted from fatigue and hunger. Once we are free of this forge, my staff has earned a rest. All of Voyager's primary systems are back online. We are unable to achieve warp speed because of the power dampening field. Environmental. Repairs were required, but those have been successfully completed. All systems are functioning properly. Particulate filtration, temperature humidity control, photosynthetic processing, circulation and distribution, computerized system analysis, safety interlocks. Warp engines. At present, Voyager is unable to achieve warp speed. The isodesium is capable of powering the warp engines, but the energy dampening field generated by the Forge is preventing the creation of a subspace field. We are still searching for answers, but we appear to have few options. Crew assigned to task: Lieutenant Belana Torres, 709, Ensign Ashmore, Crewman Tripled. Sure. Impulse engines. Because of damage that occurred in the main computer core, impulse engines were offline. Programs that monitored engine characteristics were corrupted and had to be reloaded with operational specifications, and that's why you have backups. Communication with the navigation programs was also intermittent and required a level 1 diagnostic. Ooh, level 1, that's going to piss some people off. Phasers are taken offline due to a leak in the energy couplings. In addition to that, targeting scanners were offline and the system was unable to communicate with navigation computers. The couplings are repaired and communication with targeting, scanners, and navigation has been restored. Phasers are now online. Photon torpedoes. Targeting and control systems were damaged, but the launch systems were in good shape. Targeting scanners required reconfiguration. Control programs had to be reloaded and recalibrated, which is a very time-consuming process. Photon torpedoes are ready for use. Deflector shields. Deflector shields were severely damaged during transportation to the Forge area. Zero-graviton polarity generators required extensive refurbishing and almost completely destroyed, but backup systems will compensate. Shields are online and fully powered. Sensor arrays. Due to the delicate nature of the equipment, all sensor array pallets were damaged. Only the most necessary devices were repaired, but once we are free of the Forge, repairs will be completed. Wide-angle EM radiation imaging scanner, low-level thermal imaging scanner, variable band optical imaging cluster, parametric subspace field stress sensor, active magnetic I can never say that word, god damn it! Interferometry scanner, something like that. Long-range scanners. Long-range sensors were... Sensors. Different lower decks. Sense wars. Low-range sensors were rendered inoperable, but are now working. Wide-angle active EM scanner. Narrow-angle active EM scanner. A 2-meter diameter gamma ray telescope, variable frequency EM flux sensor, lifeform analysis instrument cluster, parametric subspace field stress sensor, gravimetric distortion scanner, passive neutrino imaging scanner, thermal imaging array. Navigational sensors. Experience minor damage, but that has been corrected. Quasar telescope, wide angle IR source tracker, narrow angle IR UV gamma ray imager, passive subspace multi-beacon receiver, stellar graviton detectors, high energy charged particle detectors, galactic plasma wave cartographic processor, stellar pair coordinate imager. Transporter systems. Damage to transporters was minimal. All systems are fully operational. Makes a refreshing change for any Star Trek show. Transport chamber, operator's console, transporter controller, primary energizing coils, phase transmission coils, molecular scanners, pattern buffer, biofilter, emitter pad array, and targeting scanners. Nice. Can't use that. This just exists apparently. Captain Proton episodes. Holy shit. What? I am kind of curious. God damn it. The Wrath of Chaotica. So this is episode descriptions. The diabolical Dr. Chaotica seeks revenge on Captain Proton and his friends by commandeering an incorporated planet's war vessel and wreaking havoc and mayhem. Mines of Mercury. I think that was mentioned in the show. An ancient artifact uncovered in the gas mines of Mercury is taking control of Constance Goodhart, secretary of Captain Proton. Now she's on a mission to assassinate ace reporter Buster Kincaid. The Iron Fist. Huh. A new evil has journeyed out of the dark void, and its name is Admiral Iron Fist. Can Captain Proton stop this unstoppable foe and his Iron Legions? So there actually is a thing, Marvel, I believe it is, the Iron Fist, so that's funny. Chaotica's legacy. Could the villain who is holding the elders of the incorporated planets really be the son of Dr. Chaotica? Captain Proton and Buster Kincaid. Why am I losing the ability to speak and read? Buster Kincaid will have to unravel this mystery if they ever hope to see their good friend Lance McMurphy again. Good name. Earth in peril. A giant asteroid is hurtling towards Earth. Will Captain Proton, Constance Goodhart, and Buster Kincaid be able to plant the explosives and destroy the monstrous rock before it extinguishes all life on Earth? That's literally a Stargate episode as well. Proton strikes back. Captain Proton has lost his ship, his reputation, and his friends. Can he get them back with the aid of his worst enemy, Dr. Chaotica? Fall of Theron 6. The vile Gogrons of the outer reaches have enslaved the beautiful and peace-loving race of Typhon... No, Typhon 6, whatever. It'll take all of Captain Proton's skills to free these poor, downtrodden people. Queen Arachnia, Part 1. Experience Captain Proton's darkest hour as Queen Arachnia approaches our hero and tortures him mercilessly for the secrets of the incorporated planet's defense system. Kinky. Queen Arachnia, Part 2. Can Buster Kincaid and Constance Goodhart save Captain Proton before he's crushed to death beneath the wheels of time? The Phantom Wedding. As the fate of the entire Earth hangs in the balance, Constance Goodhart is being forced to wed the most feared swordsman in the galaxy, the Phantom. Will Captain Proton overcome this hideous villain? I love these descriptions, by the way. Chaotica's revenge. Chaotica, mad with lust for power, has issued an ultimatum. Make him the ruler of the galaxy, or will unleash a disease that will destroy all plant life on Earth. That's interesting. That's bugged out, but alright. A hero falls. Mad Mirren McConnell, a close friend of Captain Proton and a hero to the incorporated planets, is put on trial for treason. The only clue is a note with alien writing, clenched in the hand of the dead governor of Mars. Okay, I can do it that way. That's the one I just did. Hero falls, yeah. The way and the light. Constance Goodhart must explain the concept of peace and brotherly love to the marauding bug race known as the Inhuns. If she fails, Earth and all its inhabitants will be bug food. Legion of Death. At the frozen outer rim of the galaxy, Captain Proton must face a vile horde that had been floating in space for hundreds of years, the Legion of Death. Under the Breach, Part 1. A war is brewing between the incorporated planets and the flower children of Escan. A war that shouldn't happen. Captain Proton has to find out who is trying to start the war, and why, if he ever hopes to save the galactic peace. Into the Breach, Part 2. Warships on either side are squaring off, preparing for the final conflict, which could wind up destroying both sides. In the grips of a Venusian virus that could kill him, Captain Proton struggles to keep the peace. Timelines. What's this? Some fiend is going back in time and changing historical events that affect the creation of the incorporated planets? It's up to Captain Proton, Buster Kincaid, and Constance Goodhart to journey back in time and set things right. Star Trek First Contact. Chaotica's triumph. Buster Kincaid dead at the hands of Dr. Chaotica and his mind-melding machine. Don't you believe it? Captain Proton will save the day. Where's Proton? After visiting the plutonium cloud mines, I just punched the microphone. Captain Proton's ship lands, but there is no one aboard. Buster Kincaid and Constance Goodhart travel the galaxy hoping to find the whereabouts of their good friend. All from Power. Norton Smith, president of the Incorporated Planets, is thrown out of office and under investigation for the murder of a Martian space princess. It's up to Captain Proton and friends to save the president from the death penalty. I guess death is deadly. Or worse. Winter's cool. Constance Goodhart hears voices in her dreams until she can no longer endure it. Stealing Captain Proton's ship, she ventures out into the void to find the strange beings that's trying to contact her. Okay. Nearly there. Evil times 3. Due to a malfunctioning time machine, Captain Proton must face not one, but 3 Dr. Chaoticas. The ultimate price. Having mistakenly broken one of the most sacred laws of Pluto, Captain Proton must battle the vicious Renko beast in the Pit of Souls to prove his purity of heart. But will he succeed before Constance and Buster run out of air in their damaged spacecraft as it orbits Pluto? Spectres of Days Past. It would be interesting to see an actual Captain Proton TV series, honestly. Captain Proton thought his days as a perimeter prefect were behind him, until the ghosts of 3 long-dead friends begin to haunt him. He soon realizes he must dig deep into the past if he ever wants to have a future. Final showdown. Captain Proton and Dr. Chaotica are trapped on an asteroid that is on a direct course for the sun. The only escape vessel is a one-man spacecraft. Who will survive and who will die in a fiery inferno? SRCTW. Okay. Dr. Chaotica has unleashed his most diabolical invention yet. Satan's robot. That robot was so cool. The robot has no trouble subduing mankind with its amazing computer powers, but can it defeat Captain Proton? Oh, Satan's robot conquers the world. That's what it is. Alright, what's on the final plan? This looks like Janeway's one. Has a team ready? Oh no, it's Tuvox. Okay. Overview. The Hazard Alpha team has been under duress for a considerable amount of time, but has had the effect of forging them into a team. What they have endured is more training than Lieutenant Foster and I could have given them in the 3 months. They communicate well and know the level of each other's abilities. I believe the entire Hazard team has become a very effective tool, surpassing my original intentions. So, Lieutenant Foster. The Lieutenant is recuperating in sickbay from injuries suffered while being assimilated by the Borg. It is doubtful he will ever be able to return as active leader of the Hazard team should he choose to resume his duties. Lieutenant Foster would be invaluable as a teacher for the team. Okay, so we've got some closure on Lieutenant Foster now. That's good. However, I wonder if this changes depending on if you leave him, or if the canon option, so to speak, is that he's okay. Monroe has always shown a high level of ability as a leader, but also a propensity to blindly rush into dangerous situations. The current dilemma with the Forge has had the effect of making Monroe realize the responsibilities of command take precedence over any immediate needs. The ensign is learning to think situations through, to act instead of reacting. I believe in time he will become an excellent leader. Crewman Beesman has always been an excellent weapon specialist. His marksmanship is the highest of the team, which is quite a feat considering the level of talent of the Hazard team. It is Mr. Beesman's fiery temper that could lead to trouble. But I trust he will be able to control it. Crewman Murphy. Chelsea Murphy is an excellent member of the Hazard team. She is an excellent marksman and cool under fire. She has a calming effect on team members. In time, she will make an excellent squad leader. Agreed. Crewman Chell. The Mr. Chell has a tendency to back away from confrontation. I believe he will overcome this problem. He is a very talented technician and has proven his worth to the Hazard team time and time again. Like, yeah, he's a great technician, but I don't know, Tuvok, about the other one. Crewman Chang is a quiet individual, and this at times leads to poor communication with the rest of the team. I spoke with Ensign Moreau in hopes that there could be an improvement in Mr. Chang's ability to talk with teammates. His talent at demolitions is unparalleled, and I believe he will grow to someday be a squad leader. Crewman Gerard. Ms. Gerard is a very talented medic. She often neglects her own safety if others are in peril. There's a troublesome tendency could lead to trouble. I have spoken with her at length about this, but she is still resistant to the logic of the situation. How can she heal her team if she is injured? Her reply is normally the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one. Turning the Vulcan shit back on him. Nice.
Coffee, black.
I can use it!
Prune juice.
Yes!
Coffee, black. Bergamot tea.
Bergamot tea! I know it's just the same model,
Albanian brandy.
Oh no, wait, the brandy's different, nice.
Bergamot tea.
I guess it's just random. What other ones can we get?
Albanian brandy.
Come on, give me that Romulan ale. Nice.
Coffee, black.
That's the most replicated one by the look of it.
Coffee, black.
Janeway's not here. It's okay.
Coffee, black.
Okay, I think it's just doing that now. Alright. Let's have a look around the bridge. I didn't really get to look at the bridge too much. I like how my shadow goes out into space. You know, this is a holographic screen, but whatever. Can I fire a torpedo? I want to fire a torpedo. That's not this console, that's up there. Cool red alert. What?
What's wrong with you?
What are you doing?
That's enough.
Oh, that's amazing. Hey, Janeway. Photo of the dog. Ah, amazing. Tea sets. Okay. Can't pick that up, so I'm not stealing that from you. Microscope, artwork, more artwork, book. Excuse me, I need your security codes.
Captain? At ease, before you strain something.
Captain?
At ease, before you strain something.
Plant! I need to replicate it.
Phantom.
What?
Coffee, black.
Okay, so it can replicate food as well.
Darvo fritters and chicken soup.
Oh, that's nice. I guess the other one was too small, so that's supposed to be a drink replicator, whereas this one actually does all of it.
Burgundy.
Burgundy, nice. This is the real gameplay here.
Landros blend coffee.
Ooh, if Jimmy's feeling fancy.
Coffee, black.
There you go, Captain. I'll leave you with some coffee black. I don't use the computer, that's sad. I go in here now. What's this? More artwork. Okay.
Specify deck design.
Deck 2! Let's go! Or is that the one I've already been to? Wait, Messel, that's one I've already been to. Never mind.
Deck desired. Deck 3.
Officers' quarters, let's go! Okay, let's go this way. That's locked.
Security access required.
How do I get the codes? How do I get the codes?
Security access required.
Tuvok, Janeways.
Security access required.
Oh, wait, there's a 2 entrances to Janeways. Oh, how fancy. Okay, yeah, it shows you what they are. Cool. Oh, another turbo left out.
Security access.
So that is Chakotay's. His office. Ooh. Elite Force action figure. Nice. 2 of 9. We'll get 7 and then we stop. I like Chakotay's office. That's cool.
Security
Balanas. Alright, then yeah, that's where I came from. Okay, so that's what I can really do on this deck at the moment.
Deck design. Deck 4.
Hazard Ops. Let's go and have a look. Alright, so this is the meeting room. Any figurines? Just casually sitting on a chair or something?
Hey, is there a purpose to this inquisition?
Always. Oh god, Foster's log as well. Okay. They've actually put some work into this, I've got to give them that. Lieutenant Commander Tuvok spoke with me today about an idea he had for an elite new security force called the Hazard Team. He felt a number of crew members had been lost because they were put into dangerous situations that they were not prepared for. The Hazard Team will be the answer to that problem by having a select group of people who are trained to deal with the most dangerous situations imaginable. I think this is a great idea, and although it would require a great deal of resources to teach this group, I believe it would be well worth the expense. Tuvok told me the captain approved of the Hazard Team. Seems like I've got my work cut out for me. We start testing for team members in 3 days. It's going to take a couple of late nights to get holodeck programs set up, but I don't see why we can't be ready in time. I'm looking forward to finding out who really is the best of the best here on Voyager. Word travels fast around here. Ensign Monroe already asked me about the tryouts. Seems the ensign might take the tests. I told Alex that would be a good idea. Monroe certainly has the drive and skills. The testing of Hazard Team members took place today, and there were twice the applicants I had expected. Due to the high standards of Starfleet, the people were very well trained, but only a few could make the cut, so we took the very best. Monroe could be such a good leader. All the people look to Alex when the going gets tough, but Ensign Monroe tends to react to situations without thinking, and the team pays the price. In time, I'm sure Monroe will calm down. I've been trying to be polite to Neelix by his constant attempts to, as he puts it, present the Hazard Team in a positive light. But now he's proposing to have a Meet the Hazard Team night. I don't want my people being gawked at and fawned over at some tea party when they should be at work on the holodeck. Of course, Neelix did. If Beesman hadn't died so many times in simulation today, I might have shot him myself. He brought some type of red furry creature to practice today. The darn thing just leapt at me as soon as I saw it and sunk its teeth into my arm. I don't believe in cruelty to animals, but I also don't like being chewed. I did manage to pry the little thing off without hurting it, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't harm its owner. Nice. Walking down the hallway to breakfast this morning, I caught sight of a large poster with a picture of several members of the Hazard Team on it. I thought it was some kind of joke until I started noticing more and more of them as I continued through the ship. This could only be the work of one person, Neelix. I took them all down, but didn't say anything in hopes Neelix will take the hint. I didn't like the idea. The posters are as silly as the plates he made to commemorate 7 of 9 joining Voyager. Amazing. No matter how much I warn them, no matter how much I yell at them, the Hazard Team just doesn't get the picture. They have to learn to communicate. They have to learn to work like a team. Right now it's every man for himself, and no one makes it out alive in the holodeck simulations. I'm going to speak with Tuvok about lowering the settings on the safety locks. Maybe a little pain would get the lessons across to them. Alex is still rushing into situations without thinking things through. For as low as I've set the safety locks, you'd think that at least the team would try to keep from dying. It's got to really hurt. But they blindly follow where Monroe takes them, and that's the sign of a good leader. But then again, it's the sign of a bad leader that Monroe keeps getting the team killed. The Hazard Team has its first outing today after Voyager was transported to some huge wasteland by an alien probe. A group of scavengers attacked the ship and attempted to remove anything that wasn't nailed down in the cargo bay. My people held them back and eventually chased them off the ship. I won't say they are the greatest team just yet, but they did a good job. Ensign Monroe did especially a good job. That's a great example for the rest of the team to follow. Vecna has a team over to a nearby ship to gather data about this area we're in. The ship is deserted, so there shouldn't be any problems. At least it'll be a good chance for the team to get more real-world experience without getting shot at. The Etherian ship was not as deserted as we thought. The crew was in some form of stasis that we couldn't detect. When we beamed over to the ship, they started shooting at us, thinking we were scavengers. It didn't help that they were primarily telepathic race and had trouble speaking with us. The firefights we had were pretty intense, and the Hazard team did a great job of staying cool under pressure. I was really kind of surprised. They may become a cohesive unit yet. The captain is really starting to depend on the team. Now we're being sent over to the scavenger base to steal some ICD-SIMs so Voyager can function within the dampening field. We've scanned the base as thoroughly as possible, and the team has been given a full briefing, so as prepared as we're going to be. This will be an extremely dangerous mission, but I'm confident we'll be successful. I owe the Hazard team my life, and maybe more. They rescued me from the Borg cube after I was taken prisoner. Tuvok told me Monroe was under strict orders that the ICD was top priority. I get the feeling Alex and the team searched a lot of the cube for me. I mean, we went out of our way for like one hallway, but yeah. I'm in sickbay right now recovering. The EMH is constantly hovering over me, prodding me and poking me and scanning me. If I could, I'd turn the EMH off and get some rest. I fought Romulans, Herodian, and Species 8472, but I've never met a more difficult creature than the EMH. No matter how much I yell at him, he just won't go away. Even when I'm asleep, I can feel him buzzing around me. He's done a good job of removing the Borg implants, but I don't know how much longer I can deal with this situation. I love how being assimilated was a more pleasant experience for him than being in sickbay. And the Hazard team went over to a gunship with Tuvok in hopes of firing the weapon at the harvester vessel that's coming for Voyager. And people had to battle a bunch of security drones on the ship, but they emerged victorious. I'm glad to see Monroe has become comfortable as the team leader. The Hazard team is going on a stealth mission to the Forge. That's what we call that? The mission is to shut down the power damping generators so that the Voyager can escape the place. I can't help but think how far my people have come in such a short time. I know they'll succeed because they are a team now. The Hazard team. Alright. I wasn't expecting all this additional lore stuff. I'm very happy we've got it.
Ensign Alexander Monroe.
I'm a red shirt. You'd think I'd be security, so I'd have yellow, but... Alright. Really? The box art? Oh, nice. The grenade launchers in there now. That's pretty cool. Let's go check out the holodeck on it. Nope, shooting up the ship again.
Oviedo.
Hey, Monroe, I'm kind of busy here.
Fine, I'll just go and use your holodeck then. We'll just stick to normal, I guess. Tranquil Garden Relaxation Program.
Warning. Holodeck malfunction. Safety locks offline.
Excuse me? And what happened to my weapons? There's no background sound at all. Boothby!
Hey.
Boothby's making a tree beep. Okay. Well, at least the holodeck malfunctioned in a nice, tranquil environment. Never mind. What the bloody fuck is that? It's a reskin of things from the Forge, but the Harvesters. Well, at least remodeled. It's shooting the same sounds and animations. But okay. Meanwhile, Boothby is just casually over there. Does weapon respawn, or like, how long do I need to do this for? I just keep fighting until simulation ends? So there's not really any objectives. Wait, what? Boothby was part of 8472. Oh, that was amazing. Firing range, sure. Oh, this is trippy. Oh. Like, I don't know if there's an end to these simulations, but... This would have been a good one to practice on before you get into, like, the main game, but whatever. You can actually see them down there, that's hilarious. I can't believe Boothby turned into 8472. That was such a good callback.
Excellent.
Oh, okay, it doesn't. Alright. I wonder if the other one would have ended soon then. No idea. Paris, Captain Proton 2 Alpha. Racing Constant's good heart for the evil Dot Chaotica. Proton gun. Alright, let's go! Oh, I was not expecting to actually go into a Captain Proton thing. This is a treat. Okay, nothing here. Is this a lift? Looks like it should be. How do I activate it? Was there something over here I could use? Yes, there was. There we go. I wonder what this gun's gonna act like. I mean, the ammo count, it's an energy weapon. They'd probably just reskin the compression rifle if I had to guess, but... So I'm pretty sure the Virtual Voyager stuff wasn't on the original disc. So I would never have played this part when I was younger. Go up and over. Okay, it's not a reskin. Unless I right click and it vaporizes them, then it definitely is. I quite like this weapon. Hey, these guys, yeah. I can't believe they've actually made a proper level here. Someone had some fun doing this. And they can make it look as cheap as they want, because it'll work still, because it's Captain Proton. I have no zoom function in this one. The armies of evil.
Weakling.
We'll never win. They apparently have scavenger rifles. I mean, I get it. They're just using assets. Can't go in there, apparently. There we go, got him. I go into this one? No? Okay. Alright, so what's something else I need to do? Can I get into this tower? Nope. What am I doing then? Well, I guess I didn't go around this way. Oh, literally there's a damn staircase that leads up. Okay, what's over here? Or does that just lead, that leads up there? Okay. Let's go and investigate what is in here. There are buttons. I pressed them. No idea what I did, but I pressed it. You know, they said they had more holodeck simulations. This was not what I had in mind. I was expecting just more absurd training simulations. Instead, we've got Boothby as 8472, which I appreciate. And this. Wait. Is this a pressure pad? I just jumped for it because I thought it looked like I had to be on the other side. It's kind of bad that the shots are in red, though. Unless that was just what they were hitting me. Oh, don't fire at me. Oh, no, they're not red. Okay, it must have just been, you know, coloured by my, you know, the health. So now I want to play the campaign just with this. What's that actually called? The proton gun. I hope we're not assaulting Chaotica directly. Because otherwise we're going to have to deal with the lightning shield. Trying to get past the death ray. There we go. Okay, that's where I cleared out. Yeah, okay. Is that just for the lift? Nope, that definitely was not just for the lift. That's for the lift. Ah, I've opened the door. Alright. Okay, that then opens this. That leads back out to here. Okay, now I can go through here. I'd rather not give up, thanks. I'm having quite a lot of fun with this. Chaotica. Best holodeck program ever. Am I dying? Thanks. Oh god, they've actually done multiple levels for this. What? Oh, there's a way I can regenerate my ammo eventually. I'm so glad I checked out Virtual Voyager. I'm missing out on so much good stuff. What are those meant to be? Oh god! Weapon energy, there we go. And health, lovely.
Surrender or die.
You surrender. Have you considered that option? I love their death screams. Wow, they actually just charged me. It's not the best survival plan there, but... Oh, crap.
Weakling. Or die.
Hey, little shit. This game is extremely generous with health. There's Constance. And Chaotica and Satan's robot. Oh god. Nice. Oh, that's the end of the program. Okay. Murphy, Klingon Command. What? Okay, Federation datapad. I'll just be to end the program. Okay, got a scav rifle. And some isodecium. This feels like this is a cut level. More so than an extra. I will murder you all! Alright, what do we got? Weird sticky things, probably a transmitter, more isodecium. Health. What's all this? Okay, there's a ladder. Ah, I can climb over this. How's that a force field? No, that's water. Interesting. They didn't really do a lot with water in this game. It's kind of hard to see where I'm actually going. So, apologies if you guys can't really see a lot. Or isodecium! Not sure why I'm collecting all this, but There must be a reason. Okay. It's back out. Can I get more ammo? Thank you. Is that also the back outside? Yes. That's locked. Okay. Oh wait, that's that one. Okay. Yeah, because that's where we did all that. Right. Okay then. I use that. Okay, I can go this way. All right. There's a few Klingons there. So it's just to make up for the lack of Klingons you killed in the stealth mission. Nice teleporter. What's in there though? Love the echo. Oh god. It's probably one of the few cases of having a full auto weapon in a game and not having it, you know, have bloom. I kind of like it. Oh. Right, is that's the data pad? Okay. So we've got to get in there. Oh, can I go under? Is that what I could... Okay. Crap. More Acidicium? Yeah, down and up, alright. Although, how do I get through this? Ah. I need to stop throwing myself off ladders. Okay, so is there another switch like that in here? So yeah, that's the hatch I need to get open. There's buttons on there, but that's not really a lot of use. Use any of these? No. Okay, we'll try going back up top. God, how did I even get there? Goes through here. Yeah, okay, okay. So I know there's something else I need to do up here before I'm allowed to do the rest. Because, yeah, there is a doorway here I can go through. Oh. Okay. This is literally a locked door and some health. Yeah, this breakable? Should I be using this? No. And that is genuinely not. Oh, hold on. I'm blind, that's fine. There we go, hatch is open. So I can just throw myself off. Without injuring myself too much. It could be worse. Go down the ladder. Oh, God. There we caught it. So good. Alright, perfect. The Klingons aren't particularly happy about this. Now what? Now do I just leave? It's like I used both of these. That this wasn't open before, was it? There we go. Alright, cool. That was fun. Should probably have a tricorder out and not a you know, compression rifle whilst wandering the ship. Cargo. Systems. Can't use that replicator. That's just sad.
Security access required.
Yo, what's your security code?
Brian.
Sorry, don't have time for chit-chat.
I feel like that. What are you? Humanoid life form. Good. Alright, that's the turbo lift. Hey! Of course they're playing that. I like the Voyager pictures there. Was that there a minute ago?
Jeff.
Sorry, I don't have time to talk now.
Liz.
Need something, Monroe?
Michael.
Sorry, I'm kind of busy
Mitch.
here.
Yeah?
Mitch, you're alive! See, I guess canonically Mitch survives. Ooh, wait, this area wasn't here before. The brick. Nice. 3 out of 9. I don't know what happens if you get on 9. It's probably just nothing. There you go. Have your force swim back up for whatever reason. I'm just gonna double check that one actually is a turbo lift. No, it's not. Shit. Hold on. Oh, right. Yeah, there was more on this deck which we explored when we were under attack from the harvesters. Yeah. Okay.
Security access required.
Rots.
Security
Some
access
Shang.
required.
How dare they not give basic security codes to an ensign?
Security access required. Security access
These
required.
ones.
Security
Celsius,
access
okay.
required.
Gonna break into all their quarters. Be the creepiest person here. Alright, nothing else I can do this thing until I can figure out how the hell I get security access to people's places.
Specify deck desired.
We're on 4, aren't we? Yeah,
Deck
5. Nice JPEGs you're working on there.
Hey, Monroe.
That's just another turbo lift. Cool. Sick bay. Another humanoid life form. Good. Well, isn't that for like, that's the mortuary, isn't it?
Access granted.
Wow. What the fuck was it? He literally just stood in there waiting for someone to do that. What the fuck? Disease library. Oh god. Aphasia. Dysfunction of certain brain centers that disrupts neurological function and arrests the victim's ability to communicate coherently. Aphasia impedes the brain's ability to process audio and visual stimulation, rendering the victim incapable of understanding others or expressing themselves. Avian flu, a viral disease that causes headaches, muscle aches, sinus inflammation, coughing, and fever. Bendai syndrome, a rare illness that affects Vulcans after age 200 in their life cycle. The disease causes a loss of emotional control, leading to outbursts of emotion, irrationality, and anger. Bendai syndrome is diagnosed by sampling the patient's metathalamus tissue, The emotional side effects of this disease can be transferred to others telepathically when it reaches advanced stages. Shit. Holoaddiction. Abbreviated form of the term holodeck addiction, a psychological condition which occurs when individuals become so enamored with holographic simulations that real-world responsibilities become unimportant. Fantasy supersedes reality, causing a decline in productivity and reliability in the patient. Wow, it's me. The Vodium flu, a viral infection categorized by sneezing, muscle aches, and runny nose. The virus normally runs its course without treatment in a period of 29 hours. Mendicant pox, humanoid disease characterized by skin motting. Ensign Harry Kim contracted the disease in 2358. Phage, a deadly virus that attacked members of the Vidian people in the Delta Quadrant. Early stages of the phage are categorized by excruciating joint pain. There is no known cure for this disease, although it is hoped the Klingon physiological resistance to the phage could lead to a cure. Although we know that the phage was cured in the end by the think tank. Ropnagor, Klingon childhood disease similar to the Earth disease rubella, more commonly known as the measles. Ropnagor causes a skin rash, but it is primarily a respiratory infection. Symptoms include irritability, runny nose, red eyes, and light sensitivity, as well as a hacking cough and fevers as high as 105 degrees Fahrenheit. The illness runs its course in as little as 1 day, but can last as long as 8 days. Temporal narcosis. Psychological trauma produced by exposure to a temporal substance. Temporal narcosis causes delirium in patients, as well as symptoms of nausea, vertigo, and paranoia. Tranquilizers will help to minimize the effects of the affliction, but the patient must distance himself from the disturbance. Vegan choriomeningitis. Viral infection affects the human brain. Symptoms include fever, muscle and joint pain, and delirium. This disease can cause death in humans if not diagnosed and treated within 24 hours of the onset. Fuck. Xenopolycythemia. Disease of the red blood cells that can cause weakness, fatigue, an enlarged spleen, and pain in the extremities. Federation scientists cured the disease in 2268, and the vaccine is recommended for all humans during adolescence. Cool. That was interesting. How's a medical team log? Oh, good, we get details on everyone, which we shouldn't have. I'm not going to say the star dates, whatever. Treating for bruises suffered during a Hazard Team holodeck simulation. Treating for a cut to arm suffered during a Hazard Team holodeck simulation. Treating for bruises, just starts doing it shorter. Treating for cuts suffered during a Hazard Team holodeck simulation. Treating for cuts and bruises, cuts. Treated for cuts suffered during a Hazard Team holodeck simulation. Treated for hyperventilation. Treated for cuts, hyperventilation, cuts and bruises, hyperventilation, cuts. Amazing. Les Foster. Treated Lieutenant Foster for extensive implantation of cybernetic devices due to simulation by Borg. The very grumpy Lieutenant Foster is recovering nicely. Gerard's for muscle soreness. Cuts suffered during a Hazard Team holodeck simulation. Cuts and bruises, cuts. Monroe. Okay, so bruises and cuts, one a concussion, one a break of the left arm, more bruises. Telsia. Muscle soreness, bruises and cuts suffered during a holodeck. Bruises and cuts. Okay. Personal log. For the Doctor. This could be interesting, actually, because I fucking love the Doctor in Voyager. He's just amazing. Today I encouraged Mr. Rott to try and join the Hazard Team. She was reluctant at first, but then she warmed to the idea. I hope she is successful because it sounds like this new hazard team is going to need good medical care when they are out in the field. Perhaps I might be able to talk my way onto the hazard team. Then again, maybe not. I don't think Lieutenant Foster cares for me. Of course, not sure Lieutenant Foster cares much for anyone. That's probably why he was chosen to lead the hazard team. Tryouts aren't even over yet, and my sickbay is already filling up with injuries. Sprained ankles, assorted cuts and bruises, and one broken arm have been the outcome so far. I can hardly wait to see what wounds will be inflicted on the team once it is in training. Ever since the hazard team started training, there hasn't been a single day where I haven't had one member of the team in here with some type of injury. Don't Tuvok and Lieutenant Foster realize these people are not robots? They can't be expected to endure the type of holographic simulations they are being put through. That does it. Crewman Laird was beamed into my sickbay with 2 broken legs. Lieutenant Foster informed me it happened during a holodeck simulation. Of course, I was able to heal her quickly. She'll be back on her feet and training tomorrow morning. But this whole hazard team is a barbaric concept. I'm going straight to the captain to lodge a complaint against the treatment of these poor people. I spoke with the captain again about the treatment of the hazard team after Ensign Monroe, Crewman Chang, Crewman Beastman, and Crewman Murphy were brought into sickbay with various wounds. She assured me Lieutenant Commander Tuvok was keeping an eye on the difficulty of the simulations. Will it take a death on the hazard team before I'm the captain listens to me? Alright, whatever. Voyager was just attacked by an alien probe, and sickbay is being overrun with wounded crewmen. So far, none of the wounds have been serious. Thanks to Crewman Gerard's help, everyone was treated in a timely fashion. It's been reported Lieutenant Foster has been taken by the Borg. Luckily, with all the work I did in the removal of Borg implants on 7 of 9, I shall have no trouble helping Lieutenant Foster once he is brought back to Voyager. I do hope they intend on rescuing him. I must say, the hazard team is doing a fine job. Lieutenant Foster was brought back to the ship in one piece. I'm currently in the process of removing all the Borg enhancements, although it would proceed much more quickly if Lieutenant Foster wasn't such a vocal patient. I'm sure the Lieutenant will be up on his feet in several days. Voyager was overrun by some type of creature called a harvester. They looked more like lobsters on steroids to me. Anyway, they managed to cause quite a bit of damage before security forces subdued them. Once again, my sickbay is filled to capacity with wounded, but none of the wounds were that serious. On a side note, I will be very happy once Lieutenant Foster is out of sickbay. He has tended to be a very difficult patient. The hazard team will be sneaking over to the forge soon. I attempted to give crewman Jurat some last-minute tips on medical techniques in the field. She seemed slightly put off by my advice. And his chair. Beautiful. Anything else I can look at? Got any figurines here? Well, Foster's definitely looking a bit better.
Excuse me. Doctor? Ah, Mr. Monroe. Your injuries seem to be rather superficial. Dermal regeneration will not be necessary, though you have some mild skin irritation. Perhaps you would like an analgesic cream?
Whatever.
He just really likes injecting me with the screen for some reason. Just kind of medical equipment. Okay, right, I'm so lost on this deck now. Oh! There's 4 of 9. Right, hold on, where's this? Sickbay, office... Okay, 2 office images, 3 medical labs. That's all sickbay there. Hold on, then science labs. I've been 20 science labs. Well, the science lab's just closed off. The science labs are just closed off.
Hi. Hey, Monroe.
That's unfortunate. Alright.
Specify deck desired.
We're on 5, there's no 6, no 7, so I guess we're to deck 8. Right. Sure. Loading dock. Ah, yes. I remember this place. Cargo log. Holy shit. Anti-grav units. Quantity 32. Condition new. Quartermaster's initials. ABG. Strike pumps. Prosthetic filters. Bipolar torch. cleaning processes, coil spanner, communicators, desealer rod, dual-electric converter, dino scanner, EMT armbands, filter masks, gravitic caliper, the HI processor, hyperspray cartridges. Let's say recommended. Reconditioned, okay. Hyperspanners, EM iron rations, isolating optical chips, create storage cells, lamps, Type 1 phasers, Type 2 phasers, phaser rifles, quantum torpedoes, tricorders. Okay. Yes, because we had to shoot this place up a bit. Got shell, nice. We're on 5. Alright, this does well. Like, I'm pretty sure this went up in the main game. There's the phaser rifles, nice. Now, let's go back to the tricorder again. Probably shouldn't have this casual guns out whilst in the middle of the ship. How do you get over to there? There's a there's a photon burst over there. What? Cargo Bay 3, hello. You go down. He's in there for some reason.
What do you want?
Am I interrupting something?
Man, Monroe, lay off.
Calm down, crewman.
Hey, don't you have a mission to go on?
What was that all about?
Who the hell knows with this guy? It's nice, we get to see where 7 regenerates. Did I scan the container? No. Just regular cargo stuff. Is there something hidden? Doesn't really look like it. Okay, I'm not allowed to go out that way apparently. Okay, let's go back up then. Is there anything hidden on top of these? Doesn't look like it. Okay, I was wondering if they might have stuck one of the figurines up there. I don't know why I just jumped back down. I'm probably going to jump back over. Oh well. I should make a noise to acknowledge that you have actually clicked it. Okay, back through here. That door definitely doesn't open. Alright. Yes, that's that way search. Those 2 doors are closed. That's closed. Force field and off. Close, close. Another turbo lift. Okay, not a lot going on this deck.
Specify deck desired.
Deck 9.
Deck 9, computer. What do we have going on deck 9? Oh, it's this deck. Okay. Oh.
hope we're doing the right thing. Yes, Monroe? Greetings.
Great.
Incredible. Oh god, this is going to be a great place for hiding stuff. Multiple directions as well. Oh, god. Okay. I can't remember which way I've actually come now. Ooh. Welcome to the computer core. Aha! 6. Access
codes granted.
I got them! You transfer to deliver materials to Deck 4, visit Deck 15, visit Extractive Display, and launch shuttle from the shuttle bay. Okay, that's how I get the security codes at least. And I got one of the collectibles there as well. Oh, I don't need to get the collectibles, but I mean, I might as well. There we go. For some reason it won't go through. Right, so I can't go here, so I guess I've got to go back up. Oh god, which part of the deck am I at now? Can I go past you? Oh. Never mind. Climb this. Oh, this is when I had to go back around the area, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, turbo lift, turbo lift, turbo lift, turbo lift, turbo lift, turbo lift. Nope. Beautiful, we've gone to the Jeffries tubes. Yeah, okay. Specify deck desired.
Let's go to deck 10.
Shuttle bay.
Just have a look around. Another turbo lift, I assume. No, it's not. Deck map. Okay. Just strolls off casually. Amazing. So, a regular shuttle. Nice.
Hey, Monroe.
Paris. Can't scan the shuttle. 0 out of 10. Ah! Another one. 7 of 9. Perfect. Can I actually still get back into that place? Fucking clamps are engaged. Okay.
Shuttle bay main doors cannot be opened until force field is active.
Ah, yeah, that's probably a good idea, actually, isn't it?
Shuttle bay force field activated. Shuttle bay main doors open.
Okay, well, we've opened that. Can't go in there, damn. Now can I turn the locks off? We're gonna launch a shuttle! Now what? Go back up top. And then yeet the damn shuttle. No.
launch it. You.
Launching shuttle
Oh, there we go.
Andromeda.
Ah, shuttle's going on Andromeda. Amazing. I hope that shuttle was meant to be launched. There we go. Shuttle launched. Lovely. Oh, that was fun. Cool. Now we go back. What else can I do on this deck, or is that literally it? And that was literally it. Alright.
Specify deck desired.
Deck 11. Interesting. How do I get to deck 15? It says visit deck 15. Huh. Not going there. Okay. Engineering. And that's dead end. Alright. Transfer new materials from deck 4. I actually can use the transporter. That's cool. I'll have to go back and do that.
Access denied.
Alright, it was this one first, wasn't it?
Displaying power relay access code. Access granted. Power relays have been cut.
Eject the warp core! Oh, I like the blue lights. They don't seem to serve any practical purpose whatsoever, but they look cool. Hello, random door. Balana!
Torres.
Sorry, don't have time for small talk.
Neither does half the bloody ship, apparently. When I yeet the warp core out, I bet you'll have time to fucking talk then, won't you? I'm missing one figure. I'm guessing it's on deck 15.
Warp core shut down.
Stop that!
I actually does register the warp core. Oh, I can't shut the core down again. That's sad. Alright. I don't think there's anything else really here.
Hi.
What's up? How do I get to deck 15?
Specify deck desired.
It's just, there's no deck 15. That's probably why it's an objective. Okay, alright. Now, was there...
Bridge.
Is there another turbo lift I can take? Library station control.
Found on board the Dreadnought gunship.
Oh!
These vessels are fully automated fighters. The offensive weapons built into these craft are very impressive, but what made these machines so deadly was the artificial intelligence. Found on board the Dreadnought gunship. These vessels are fully automated fighters. The offensive weapons built into these craft are very impressive, but what made these machines so deadly was the artificial intelligence. Stored within each fighter is a vast and complex database featuring thousands of years of space warfare strategy.
This is cool.
Disnodes are devices used by the Borg as a means of supplying communications to drones within a vessel. Once a drone leaves the vessel, it switches to far-range communications that radically increase the distance of the communication with the collective. Normally well protected and hidden within a Borg vessel, if a Disnode can be destroyed, it will incapacitate any drones linked to it. This mineral is a distant cousin to the dilithium crystals used to power Federation starships. Found on board the Dreadnought gunship,
these energy crystals may be used as a power source for several alien weapons. Prolonged exposure to unshielded crystals can be hazardous to living tissue.
Interesting. I
The
just assumed it was
energy
dilithium.
terminal is used aboard Borg vessels to resupply drones with the power needed to keep functioning when they are unable to use a regeneration alcove. Power stations are rare because they are used only in emergency situations when drones must function for an extended duration. Hazard team suits have been outfitted with equipment that allow the use of power siphoned from a Borg energy terminal.
That's cool.
The Forge was a gigantic structure in space that housed the Vorsoth and his army of Reavers, super warriors grown from stolen DNA. It also generated a huge power-dampening field that stranded any starships within 149 million kilometers.
Damn!
The Forge was destroyed by Voyager when the intentions of the Vorsoth were discovered.
This is basically a codex.
This device was used by the Vorsoth to grow their ultimate warriors, the Reavers. Once the Reaver is at an adult stage, the chamber acts as a hibernation unit that keeps its occupant in stasis until needed.
Okay.
This is an extremely rare element that has the ability to regulate matter-antimatter reactions in the same fashion as dilithium crystals.
Ah, that's how it could work. Okay.
Used aboard Federation starships because of its rarity and its relatively short lifespan. But the element was of use when it was discovered isodecium could function under the Forge's dampening field when Voyager's dilithium crystals could not.
Okay.
Vastly different from standard starship technology, the spacecraft built by the Etherians is actually a hybrid of inert materials and living tissue. This ship was grown and outfitted in space and feeds off the radiation produced by stars.
Huh.
It is not a sentient creature, but the ship does have a rudimentary intelligence, and the Etherians treat it with a respect that resembles parents caring for a child.
I love the Etherians. I need more of them.
This relic of days gone by was discovered on the Scavenger's base. Though a total wreck, the shuttlecraft was still an excellent chance to view technology over 70 years old.
I know it's from the Mirror Universe, makes it even cooler.
A plasma filter is part of the power network of a Borg cube. These devices are placed randomly throughout a ship to filter out plasma frequency deviations. It has been found that plasma filters are explosive if shot with a high-energy beam.
I can confirm.
More than just suspended animation chambers, these pods also act as medical equipment. A rejuvenation pod is able to scan the occupant's DNA and determine the normal functions of the body. It is then able to determine the best course of medical treatment to correct any damage.
Handy little
A minimal
gizmos.
crew runs a dreadnought gunship, while the rest of the vessel is operated by a large number of maintenance robots. It is assumed on longer missions that the entire crew would be placed into suspended animation in sleep chambers, while the robots continue to operate the ship. Etherian teleporters act similar to dimensional doors and instantly transport an individual from one location on their ship to another. This is vastly superior to current Federation transporter technology, which requires the molecular structure of a body to be broken down and converted into energy for reassembly at a new location.
Okay, so let's switch to the Etherian one, because that should, in theory, get rid of the whole, are you killing the person by beaming them? Sort of thing.
The Vinculum is the Borg main processing unit used to connect an entire ship's crew to the Borg Collective. It also helps route all communication within the ship. It contains some of the most advanced communication technology ever created. Reports indicate that destruction of a Vinculum will result in a power feedback loop that will destroy the host Borg ship.
Well, it's nice to have an Achilles heel.
On October
Federation
4th,
history.
1957, the Soviet Union launched the first man-made object that was able to successfully achieve an orbit of Earth. Weighing 184 pounds, it circled the Earth every 96 minutes. This leap in technology began the space race, in which the Soviet Union and the United States of America placed a very high importance on the conquest of space.
Yes, I'll say that's
The
real stuff.
culmination of a 238,000-mile journey that took 4 days. The Apollo 11 mission landed on Earth's moon on July 20th, 1969. Flight Commander Neil Armstrong and pilot Buzz Aldrin set down in the Sea of Tranquility in a lunar module named the Eagle. As the first human to ever set foot on the moon, Armstrong spoke the immortal words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind."
I mean, the man could flex. He was literally on the moon.
The first spacecraft to bear the name of Voyager, this series of probes was launched beginning in the early 1970s. The main intention of the Voyager program was to study Jupiter, Saturn, and bodies on the outskirts of the solar system. In the late 1990s, Voyager 6 was launched and fell into a black hole many years after leaving the solar system. The probe emerged on the other side of the galaxy in the vicinity of a planet of living machines. These machines completely refitted Voyager 6 for a long return trip, making it unrecognizable to its original creators. En route to Earth, the probe was met by the USS Enterprise, which eventually determined the alien craft was merely returning to Earth to transmit the data it had gathered over the course of its journey.
I guess we'll leave out the parts where it's, you know, carbon units and pests and all that shit.
The eugenics war started during the 1990s when a group of genetically engineered supermen attempted to take power over the rest of humanity. At one point, these selectively bred humans controlled 40 nations.
Bloody Khan.
The most powerful was Khan Noonien Singe, who ruled almost 1/4 of Earth. Due in part to these supermen fighting amongst themselves, terrible wars broke out and entire populations were destroyed. It seemed as if Earth was on the brink of a new dark age, but in 1996, the supermen were overthrown and peace was restored. Khan was able to escape into space with a group of his followers aboard the sleeper ship SS Botany Bay.
Yeah, ended well for all parties, didn't it?
Occurring in the mid-21st century, World War III involved the use of nuclear weapons
and
devastated a large portion of the Earth. Over 600 million lives were lost over the course of the conflict. Much of the planet reverted to a barbaric state in the post-atomic horror. Although records of the times are incomplete, it is known the legal system paid no attention to individual rights and even banned the right to legal counsel.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Warp drive is the means by which Federation starships
Hey, the
achieve
Phoenix.
faster than light speeds using the controlled annihilation of matter and antimatter. This technology was invented by Zephram Cochrane in 2061 during the Earth's slow climb out of the destruction left in the wake of World War III. Aided by engineer Lily Sloan, Dr. Cochrane created his spaceship, the Phoenix, in an abandoned missile complex in central Montana. The use of the warp engines on the Phoenix was detected by a nearby Vulcan scout ship and resulted in the first contact with an alien civilization.
Those Vulcans would be damn grateful they weren't in the Mirror Universe, because that first contact did not go the way they expected.
In 2156, because of a dispute over territory, the Romulan Star Empire and Earth fought a war in space using primitive nuclear weapons. This conflict lasted until 2160, when a peace treaty was negotiated over subspace radio. The treaty led to the creation of the Romulan Neutral Zone, which was approximately 1 light-year in width. It was agreed that if either side entered the neutral zone, it would constitute an act of war.
Oh god, that, yeah. I know that's kind of contradicted by Star Trek Enterprise, isn't it? Heavily. Primitive nuclear weapons. Then there's Enterprise set before that, and it's like using fucking phase cannons. Cannons, yes, thanks, Brain. Phase cannons and photonic torpedoes and all that shit still. So I'm like, alright, I guess that's just retconned. But the neutral zone, and both sides are in the bloody neutral zone every other episode, so...
The United Federation of Planets was formed in 2161 to act as an interstellar alliance of planetary governments. The Federation oversees a number of activities that include exploration, diplomatic matters, scientific advancement, and trade between member planets. The Federation is governed by the Federation Council, which meets on Earth in San Francisco. As of 2373, the United Federation of Planets had 150 members, spread out over 8,000 light years.
Gotta bump those numbers up. Wow, there's a lot here.
In 2218, the Federation had a disastrous first contact with the Klingon Empire. It led to decades of distrust and violence between the two governments. Tensions reached a peak in 2267, when Klingons issued an ultimatum that all Federation personnel should leave any disputed territories. Unknown to either side, one of the disputed areas contained the planet Organia, which held a highly advanced race of non-corporeal life forms. These life forms imposed the Organian peace treaty on both sides, making armed conflict impossible between the Klingon Empire and the Federation.
I don't know if that first contact was ever put into any official law, because I'm pretty sure the first contact we saw in Enterprise was definitely a lot better than that. So, also I was in the 22nd century as well, so that, again, is something else that's been retconned, I guess.
Duotronics was a leap forward in computer technology invented by Dr. Richard Daystrom
Daystrom, yes.
when he was only 24 years of age. This advancement won Dr. Daystrom a Nobel Prize and became the basis for all Federation Starship computers. Daystrom attempted an even more advanced computer technology known as multitronics, but it ended in failure. After 80 years of service, duotronics were replaced by the more advanced isolinear chips that are used in today's starships.
Very nice.
The explosion of Praxis in 2293, a key energy resource to the Klingon Empire, caused the Empire to realize it could no longer afford to maintain a huge military force. Led by Chancellor Gorkon, the Klingon High Council launched a peace initiative in an attempt to end many years of hostility with the United Federation of Planets. Unfortunately, Gorkon was assassinated, but his daughter was able to continue his work, which was successfully concluded in a peace treaty known as the Khitomer Accords.
Yes, a very important part of Star Trek history there. Especially for Worf.
The Q are a race which exhibit godlike powers and near omnipotence, yet they seem nearly childlike in their playfulness and impatience. First contact was made with Q in 2364 by the starship USS Enterprise D during its first mission. The entity Q held a mock trial in which he charged that the Enterprise bridge crew was grievously savage and should not venture into space. Since that time, the Q have made several more appearances on Federation starships.
That they have, and we love them. Well, I do.
The first contact with the cybernetic race known as the Borg occurred in 2365, when a member of the Q Continuum instantly transported the USS Enterprise D to System J-25.
Yeah, thanks for that, Q.
Over 7,000 light-years beyond Federation borders. They encountered a huge Borg spacecraft that attempted to assimilate the Enterprise and its crew. The Borg forces were so overwhelming that the captain of the Enterprise was forced to ask Q to save his ship by returning it to Federation space.
Back then, as an announcement, they weren't really interested in the crew, though, were they? They were interested in the technology. The crew they couldn't care less about. I know obviously that changed over the course of the series, but yeah.
Located only 7.8 light-years from Earth, Wolf 359 was the site of a tremendous battle between Federation forces and a Borg Cube starship. The outcome was disastrous, with the loss of 39 Federation starships and 11,000 lives.
And Sisko's wife
ship was finally defeated when the crew of the USS Enterprise D was able to implant a command into the Borg collective that caused the ship to self-destruct.
Need data on every ship.
Launched in 2371 and featuring a bio-neural network computer system, the USS Voyager is the most advanced Federation starship ever built. Unfortunately, Voyager was lost in the Badlands and assumed destroyed soon after launch. In 2374, Starfleet received word that Voyager had been transported to the Delta Quadrant by an entity known as the Caretaker. Efforts are currently underway to bring Voyager and her crew home.
Nice.
In 2372, Tom Paris, helmsman of the USS Voyager, was the first human pilot to break the transwarp threshold and achieve warp 10.
Oh, we're actually going to discuss this episode, are we?
Unfortunately,
okay.
It was discovered that the experience has adverse effects on living beings. Paris's transwarp flight caused his cellular DNA to accelerate the evolutionary process, and he mutated into an amphibious creature. Voyager's emergency medical hologram was able to reverse the mutation and return Paris to his normal state.
Effectively making a new life form on another planet. Sure.
Because of an alliance made between the USS Voyager and the Borg, a female drone, known as 7 of 9, aided Voyager in the creation of a weapon that would destroy an invasion force of Species 8472. During a violent encounter with Species 8472, 7 of 9's cube was destroyed along with its crew, leaving her stranded on board Voyager. 7 of 9 was at first resistant to returning to human society, but she is making the difficult transition with the aid of the crew of Voyager.
And we love 7.
The Big Bang.
Okay. I guess we don't get this one. This one done. Okay, theorized at the beginning of the universe, it was a massive explosion that occurred roughly 15 billion years ago when everything was initially energy compressed into a very small, very hot area. During the first millionth of a second of the explosion, almost all energy was turned into matter, solid, liquids, and gases. It is thought that once the universe has expanded and cooled enough, it will contract back in upon itself, and another Big Bang will eventually occur.
Black hole.
A black hole is usually a collapsed massive star in which a huge amount of matter is packed into a very tiny area. The gravity of a black hole is so strong that nothing escapes, not even light. Normal-sized black holes are star-sized and contain the mass of several suns. Supermassive black holes are located at the center of galaxies and have a mass of millions of stars. A very tiny black hole is known as a quantum singularity.
The Drake equation.
Okay. This equation was formulated in 1961 by Dr. Frank Drake while working at the National Radio Observatory in Green Bank, West Virginia. It was created as a way to estimate the number of planets that would be technologically capable of communicating across interstellar space. With the aid of the Drake equation, it has been calculated there are 10,000 communicative civilizations in the Milky Way alone. So a number of communicative civilizations equals rate of formation of suitable stars. Stars such as Sun. SFP. Fraction of those stars with planets. Current evidence indicates that planetary systems may be common for stars like the Sun. Number of Earth-like worlds per planetary system. Fraction of those Earth-like planets where life actually develops. Fraction of life sites where intelligence develops. Fraction of communicative planets, those in which electromagnetic communications technology develops, and lifetime of communicating civilizations. That's interesting.
Dwarf stars.
Since Earth star is considered normal, any stars smaller than the Sun are labelled dwarfs. White dwarfs are old, dying stars that have spent all their fuel. Brown dwarfs are also known as failed stars because they were too small to become proper stars. Space is primarily populated by red dwarfs. They shine so dimly that few can be seen with the naked eye. A red dwarf is much cooler in temperature than the Sun. It's also a damn good TV series.
The galaxy.
A galaxy is a grouping of stars on its own in space. The smallest galaxies contain only a few million stars and only 1,000 light years in size. The largest galaxies are comprised of millions upon millions of stars and span hundreds of thousands of light years. It's currently estimated there are 11 billion galaxies in our universe. Yeah, we've got a lot of cataloguing to do once we get out there.
Giant stars.
While giant stars usually don't have more than 10 times the mass of Earth's Sun, they may very well be up to 100 times the diameter of the Sun. Supergiants are rare, but they can have diameters up to several hundred times the size of Earth's Sun. It is believed the Sun will expand to a red giant before collapsing to a dwarf or neutron star.
Light year.
Because space is so vast, it is a common practice to measure distances in the light years. A light year is the distance light travels in 1 year. Since light moves at just over 186,000 miles per second, a light year is about 5.9 trillion miles long, or 9.5 trillion kilometers long.
The Milky Way galaxy.
The Milky Way is home to the United Federation of Planets, as well as many other interstellar alliances, containing some 200 billion stars. It is 100,000 light years across and 1,000 light years thick. The centre of the galaxy generates heat energy equal to 80 million suns, yet it is no larger than the orbit of Jupiter around the Sun. That's quite impressive, actually.
Nebula.
A nebula is a huge cloud of dust and gas in space. Eventually the matter within the cloud is pulled into clumps that become stars and planets. Dark nebulae are clouds of fine dust, and bright nebulae are glowing gas.
Planets.
Planets are large spherical bodies that orbit stars but do not emit light of their own. The Federation uses the letter nomenclature to classify planets. The letter M designates a world best suited for the formation of life. The further from the letter M, the less likely the planet could support life. So, Class D, small rocky planet or planetoid. Class H, extremely dry surface, sometimes uninhabitable. Class J, a gas giant with a turbulent atmosphere. Class K, while the gravity field falls within Class M standards, these planets require the use of pressure domes to sustain life. Class L, small rocky planet with an oxygen-argon atmosphere. Class M, small rocky world with oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere, best suited for the formation of organic life. With M was in Shara class.
Quasars.
Quasars are very bright and extremely distant objects that proved to be nothing like stars when analysed in the 20th century. It has been determined quasars are actually the light given off by matter that is superheated as it falls into supermassive black holes at the center of active galaxies.
Quantum singularity.
A very small black hole, a quantum singularity, has a powerful event horizon surrounding it. They have proven to be a navigational obstacle to several Federation vessels. It is reported Romulans use a quantum singularity as the source of power for the warp drive engines of their starships.
Stars.
A star is a ball of hot gas heated from the inside by nuclear fusion, turning hydrogen to helium. As energy is released, the star loses mass. Earth's sun loses 4 million tons every second. Did not know that. Stars range widely in temperature and size. Some are 1,000 times the size of Earth's sun, while others are smaller than the Earth. Stars are classified by their heat and size. Red is cool, yellow is normal, blue is hot. Smaller than Earth's giant is considered a dwarf. Smaller than Earth's sun is considered a dwarf. Earth's sun is considered average. Up to 10 times bigger than the sun is a giant. Over 10 times bigger than the sun is considered a supergiant.
Supernova.
Supergiants end their lives in a massive explosion called a supernova. As it blows apart, the star shines brighter than 1 billion suns. After a supernova, the remains of the star could shrink into a hot ball called a neutron star, or even fall back in on itself and become a black hole.
Temporal rift.
A temporal rift is a symmetrical tear in time-space that provides access to alternate histories. While this has only been theorized, it is possible a curl loop of superstring material could be generated from high-energy interaction, such as the energy output of multiple exploding photon torpedoes.
The universe.
The universe started with a Big Bang and will end by compressing in upon itself until another Big Bang is generated. It is theorized this process has been repeated infinitely and will continue to do so. The universe is roughly 15 billion years old and has a mean temperature of minus 454 Fahrenheit. The Federation has explored only a minuscule area of the universe, but it is estimated to contain 11 billion galaxies and about 1,000 billion stars. Only a couple of things to look at then.
Phaser.
They just get bored of voicing these. Alright, so Type 2 phasers. Phaser is an acronym for Phased Energy Rectification? Okay, I mean, I was unaware that was a thing. Cool. This weapon, also known as the pistol phaser, is standard issue for members of an away team or security team members on board ship. There are 16 different strength settings on the pistol phaser, ranging from stun to an explosive burst able to melt rock.
Compression rifle.
The weapon is also known as Phaser Type 3. It is a very powerful phaser that is seldom used on away missions because of the destructive capabilities. Only security team members or away team members going into extremely dangerous situations are issued a phaser rifle. They also look very different in this to the series.
Infinity modulator.
The Infinity Modulator is a hybrid of Federation and Borg technologies. It also looks really cool. Designed and built by 7 of 9, the Iron One is able to rapidly change energy burst frequency that makes it impossible for the Borg to adapt their shielding. While this device is prone to overheat, it is the only weapon that has proven consistently effective against the Borg.
Scavenger rifle.
This weapon was cobbled together using a mixture of Klingon, Hirogen, Malon, and Old Federation technologies. Huh, now that I'm looking at it, yeah, I can actually see that. It fires very rapid bursts of antiprotons. While a single hit from an antiproton burst generates very little damage, the scavenger rifle fires quickly enough that the damage mounts very quickly.
Stasis weapon.
Utilizing the same biological technology as the Etherian ship's feature, the stasis weapon is a living device. It generates small projectiles of high-energy photons which have a minimal capacity to track a target. Why is it called a stasis weapon, though? It doesn't do anything to do with stasis.
Compound grenade launcher.
A weapon normally issued by Starfleet to troops only in times of war because of its capacity for great destruction, these devices allow distance and accuracy in launching Federation grenades. The grenades feature a rudimentary AI that detonates the device if it strikes an enemy, otherwise it will wait until its timer has reached 0 before detonation.
Tetryon pulse disruptor.
That's the weapon. That was on that earlier. As a Hirogen weapon that fires extremely rapid bursts of phased tetryons. It was discovered that this device caused damage to human tissue due to radiation leaks. This was corrected by Oviedo Perfecto, the Voyager weapons specialist.
Photon burst.
7 of 9, Tuvok and Oviedo Perfecto developed this weapon. It fires a miniature photon torpedo capable of immense destruction. Captain Janeway is the only one aboard Voyager who can authorize the use of the photon burst by an away team.
Arc welder.
Arc welder, okay, so I definitely got the name from somewhere then. It must be from when I played it years ago. Yeah, it was a tool discovered by Ensign Monroe while on a hazard mission aboard the Dreadnought gunship. It is theorized to be a welding tool, but it has proven to be a most effective weapon. It is capable of generating a powerful lightning bolt with pure antiprotons. That was interesting. What else did I miss? I actually can't fire a photon torpedo. Okay,
Specify deck desired.
Mess hall... yes, there was some stuff in the mess hall, wasn't there, that I couldn't access before. Which I should now be able to. Right, hold on. I can't remember where the hell I even go. Right, so yeah, mess hall there. Let's start on this side. Is that my quarters? No, it's the
quarters of Neelix.
'79 collections plate got. Logs of Neelix. Good God, they added so much into this game, it's ridiculous. I thought this was just going to be a quick walk around the ship. Okay. The hazard team's practice sessions are far too grueling for them to be sustained by a normal diet. I'll be changing their nutritional requirements to compensate for the abnormal amount of energy they expend, and if they give me any trouble about it, I'll go straight to the captain so it'll be an order. I won't have people rushing off to battle only to fail because they ate improperly. As self-appointed Morale Officer, I believe it was my duty to hold a Meet the Hazard Team night where the entire crew can come down and meet these brave men and women. I think it would be a real pick-me-up for people to see the entire Hazard Team all dressed up in their fancy combat uniforms. I'm sure Tuvok will approve the idea. I spoke to Tuvok at length about the idea, but the Lieutenant Commander seems to have his mind made up. He said it would be demanding and cut into valuable practice time. Perhaps if I asked him in a few weeks, his opinion will have changed. To present the Hazard Team in a positive light, I've created a Hazard Team poster that I've distributed around the ship. It really is quite a heroic-looking picture. I hope these go over better than the plates I'd made to commemorate 7 of 9 joining the Voyager crew. All the Hazard Team posters seem to be missing now, and no one will tell me what happened to them. And on a side note, Lieutenant Foster seems rather angry with me lately. Well, I can't imagine why. He wouldn't say 2 words to me during breakfast, no matter how hard I tried to make conversation with him. I can see why Foster hates him. And in the last few days, I can't believe what has happened. We've been transported to some unknown section of space, attacked by scavengers, assaulted by Etherians, threatened by Borg, and almost torn apart by a huge mechanical harvester ship. There was even a tremendous battle right in the mess hall. Crewman Beesman wound up shooting one of the harvester creatures with his eye mod. It was quite messy. I'm still searching for 2 of the creature's legs, which is where we found, okay. I can tell you the entire crew is on pins and needles. They need something to do with all this nervous energy, and Morales at one of the lowest points I've ever seen. Ensign Monroe thought we should attack the aliens who are holding us prisoner in this galactic junkyard. I agree with the young ensign. Oh, that's a good throwback. He has a bath. Everyone else has, like, sonic showers. Neelix gets a bath because of how obsessed he was with the water. Nice touch. Says that so interestingly. Yeah, that's my quarters. That's boring. We've been there.
Hey, Monroe.
Hey, random crewman.
The quarters
Harry
of
Kim's.
Ensign Harry Kim.
What the fuck are these? Oh, that's from the Captain Proton simulation. That makes sense.
Albanian Brandy.
What does leave him
The Ensign Harry
Brandon?
Kim.
Brandy. Yeah, this is where he plays his recorder and then... Is it recorder he had, or is it... No, recorder's Picard. Or is that a flute? Yes, whatever the fuck instrument he plays. Ooh, nice bathroom. I love that. Might be a bit pissed off if he just actually comes here and just finds Monroe just walking around his quarters. Okay, a personal log, Harry Kim. Hazard team? What's a hazard team? Suddenly I noticed power consumption has gone through the roof on the holodecks. The latest investigation shows Tuvok and Lieutenant Foster holding tryouts for a hazard team. I'll have to talk to Commander Chakotay about this. Is it really necessary? It turns out the hazard team has the captain's blessings, so the power consumption is necessary. I don't know where I'll be able to find the amount that they need to run extended holodeck sessions, but I've been strongly encouraged to make it work, so I will. Voyager has sustained severe damage from an alien probe. I've been busy for the last 4 hours trying to coordinate repairs with Lieutenant Torres. B'Elanna is probably the only other person who is busier than me right now. It's no small task keeping a ship this size running smoothly. It sounds like the hazard team has been doing a great job. I just saw Ensign Monroe and the team returning from their mission on the scavenger base. They looked pretty beat up, and I didn't see Lieutenant Foster with them. I hope things went well. The hazard team is going to the Borg Cube to get the Itodicium. B'Elanna needs to get Voyager up and running again. Word has it they're also going to rescue Lieutenant Foster. I hope they succeed. Being assimilated by the Collective is one of the most frightening things I could imagine. Both squads of the hazard team are being sent over to the Forge. They plan on knocking out the energy dampening generators so the Voyager can escape. I can't believe how this new security force went from obscurity to being depended on so heavily in such a short amount of time. The hazard team is something other Federation ships should adopt. Agreed.
The quarters of Ensign Harry Kim.
Emphasis on the ensign. I will stop making that joke at some point in my life. Any other quarters I can go in?
Hey, Monroe.
No. Alright. Why do you have a panel? You're suspicious. How do I get to Deck 15? Officers' quarters. See if Deck 15 is unlocked by going into one of their quarters or something. I don't actually know.
The quarters of Ensign Tom Paris.
Log Ensign Paris. B'Elanna told me Tuvok is starting up a new high-risk security unit called the Hazard Team. They'll be sent into dangerous situations that most of us wouldn't have training to deal with. Sounds kind of neat. If I wasn't so busy with navigation, I'd try it out myself. I managed to talk Harry into joining me on an episode of Captain Proton down on the holodeck. Today's mission was Chaotica's legacy. In this episode, Harry and Buster Kincaid and Captain Proton had to save the elders of the Incorporated Planets from a man claiming to be the son of Dr. Chakotay then. Chaotica. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, we read about that episode earlier on. All the holodeck time is being taken up by the Hazard Team training missions. Looks like Captain Proton won't be saving the day again for quite a while. An alien probe attacked us and left us stranded in some type of derelict spaceship dumping ground. Hinges are down, so I have nothing to do but watch everyone else work. B'Elanna and Harry have it the worst. Voyager's pretty badly beat up, and those two are running at full tilt trying to get all the repairs made. I made the mistake of jumping B'Elanna from behind and yelling boo. I think she cracked one of my ribs. I don't know how long it's been since she slept, but I think the strain of starting to wear on her. She won't let the weariness show, but I can see it in the little things, like when she throws punches at me. I got to take the Delta Flyer out today. I dropped the Hazard Team off at the scavenger base. It was really no big deal for me, but it looks to be a pretty scary situation for the Hazard Team. But they've got Lieutenant Foster with them, so they're in good hands. I'm starting to feel like that guy on Deck 15. I've got absolutely nothing to do while Voyager is dead in the water. B'Elanna is close to collapse, and Harry has huge bags under his eyes from lack of sleep. Me? I'm so bored, I've taken to reading my Captain Proton episode list during staff meetings. That's why it's in the staff. Alright, cool. Cool. But yeah, more on Deck 15. But yeah, that guy on Deck 15, I'm assuming... Is Deck 15 the one with, in Lost Shepherd? Or something like that? Where, like, Janeway's trying to get the other crew members that they've sort of slipped through the cracks kind of thing. The word's been given. The entire Hazard Team is going over to the Forge to turn off the energy dampening generators. If they are successful, I'll have to move fast to get the team and then get Voyager out of range before the generators are activated again. I hope I remember how to fly her. Somehow, Tom, I think you'll do fine. Amazing. Chaotica bust. Captain Proton poster. I love it. Proton gun. Oh, I can switch between them. Nice. Amazing. I can go and shoot up the Voyager with this. I mean, I won't, but... What, I can't see Tom's bathroom? What is this?
The quarters of Ensign Tom Paris.
Oh god, which way do they come from? All these corridors look the same. Damn TV budget
The
sets.
quarters of Lieutenant Commander Tuvok.
Okay, Tuvok does have an on-screen. I was gonna say, like, what? Holy shit. Okay. It's come to my attention that in the course of our journey back home, Voyager has run into many situations where manpower and material were lost because the crew was poorly trained for dangerous situations. To rectify this problem, I will propose the formation of an elite new security force known as the Hazard Team. This group will be rigorously trained to deal with the most deadly and most alien scenarios conceivable. I've already spoken with Lieutenant Les Foster about the topic, and he agreed with me. This is why, should the captain approve the creation of the team, I will appoint Lieutenant Foster as leader of the Hazard Team. I believe he has the tenacity and drive to make the members of the Hazard Team live up to their full potential. Testing of prospective members for the Hazard Team took place today. I was surprised at the number of people who desired to be on the team. I think one would wish to avoid the extreme danger of the Hazard Team, but then again, these are Starfleet personnel and danger is second nature to them. It is of no surprise to me that everyone who tried out did an excellent job of dealing with the holodeck situations they were given. Only a few people can make the team. It was a difficult task, but Lieutenant Foster and I had to choose the final team members of the team. The following is the roster for the entire Hazard Team. Alpha Team, Lieutenant Foster, Ensign Monroe, Crewman Chang, Crewman Beesman, Crewman Murphy, Crewman Chell, and Crewman Girard. Beta Team, Crewman Oviedo, Crewman Lathrop, Crewman Odell, Crewman Castelos, Crewman Jaworski, Crewman Nelson, and Crewman Laird. Both Alpha and Beta teams have begun their training, and initial results are less than promising. Crewman Lathrop walked into a disintegration field at the very start of a mission. Crewman Laird is a bit over-aggressive and attacked 5 Klingon warriors before she realised they were part of an honour guard for a visiting dignitary. Ensign Monroe seems to take the initiative a little too easily. The ensign led the team into a trap set by Melons. I trust things will improve as training goes on. Neelix, the ship's morale officer, was interested in having a meet the Hazard Team night. I hope I was able to instill in his mind just how bad an idea that would be. There is still a significant lack of communication with Hazard teams, and a considerable amount of mistakes are made. Today, Crewman Chang blew himself up, causing the entire Alpha Squad to break down. Crewman Chell shot 2 of his own team members, and Ensign Monroe fell 7 stories, but I can only assume was a painful death. I would not recommend that the captain watch the Hazard Team in training until there are vast improvements in performance. Lieutenant Foster has recommended we turn down the holodeck safety lock so that team members will more fully experience the pain of their failures. I concur with him. Pain is an invaluable teacher. Of the 40 members of the Hazard teams, I find I am most concerned about Ensign Monroe. The ensign exhibits all the traits of an excellent leader, but Monroe refuses to follow procedure. This leaves the team open to dangerous situations they should not have to deal with. I can only hope experience will mould Ensign Monroe into the top-notch leader I know lies within that headstrong exterior. Voyager was attacked today by a space probe of unknown origin. Several attempts were made to establish peaceful communication, but they proved unsuccessful. Finally, the captain was forced to fire a salvo of photon torpedoes and destroy the probe. The wake of the explosion forced Voyager through an interdimensional rift, where we are now trying to discover our current position in space. We were severely damaged during transit, the energy harmonics destroying many key systems. Shortly after our arrival to this new area, we were boarded by hostile scavengers who sought to steal all the materials in the cargo bay. The Hazard team performed well and managed to fend off the scavengers. While long-range sensors are offline, we are dangerously in need of information about our current predicament. I have discussed the matter with the captain, and she agreed this would be an excellent chance to give the Hazard team some real-world experience. We'll be sending them on a mission to a nearby vessel to download data from the ship's computer. Scanners show there is no life on board the ship, so there should be little chance of any danger to the team. Under fire from hostile aliens, the entire Hazard team performed well, perhaps better than I had anticipated. Ensign Monroe managed to establish communication with the aliens and kept the understanding from becoming a major altercation. Crewman Chell will be riding myself and 7 of 9 and aiding, not riding, good god. That is a whole new context. And understanding the data given to us by the Ethereans. I trust it will shed some light on our current predicament. On a side note, Mr. Chell has made request to visit the nearby derelict ships in order to study alien technology. Due to our current state, I believe that to be an unnecessary risk. Agreed. The situation grows more dire. Sensors, propulsion, and weapon systems are all offline. Due to an unexplained energy dampening field, repairs are proceeding slowly. We are essentially helpless until power can be restored. Lieutenant Torres has recommended we obtain a rare substance known as isodecium. The isodecium is short-lived. It will generate the power needed to effect repairs so the Voyager can escape. The cache of the substance has been located. Unfortunately, it is on the base of the scavengers who had attacked Voyager when she first came to this area. The hazard team will be sent to the scavenger base to collect enough of the isodecium for our needs. I will be certain to inform the team this is to be a stealth mission and they are to proceed with extreme caution. I can only categorize the mission to the scavenger base as a failure. Crew members were injured, Lieutenant Foster was taken prisoner by the Borg, and the isodecium was lost. I cannot put the blame entirely on the hazard team, their training never dealt with the unexpected enough. This is an oversight I shall correct once we have escaped from our current predicament. I must now consult with Captain Janeway to determine who will be the best replacement for Lieutenant Foster. Though it goes against my better judgment, I recommend Ensign Monroe. I believe the ensign still shows great promise as a leader. In an attempt to recover the isodecium, the hazard team will be sent to the Vor Cube. Ensign Monroe has voiced his opinion. They should also seek to rescue Lieutenant Foster. I let the ensign know that the isodecium is of utmost importance and the rescue of Foster is of secondary concern. I could tell the ensign disagreed with my decision, but Monroe spoke of it no further. I can only hope Ensign Monroe will see the wisdom of my words and not lead the team in search of Lieutenant Foster. Crewman Girotte has brought it to my attention that the hazard teams are lacking in a fully trained medic when sent out on missions. I tended to explain small teams do not require a medic, but she was less than receptive to my reasoning. At Ensign Monroe's urging, I'll be assigning Ms. Girotte to the Borg mission. The hazard team performed adequately during the away mission to the Borg Cube. Not only did they manage to locate the isodecium, they rescued Lieutenant Foster. Ensign Monroe appears to be adjusting well to his new role as leader. I trust the ensign will continue to thrive and grow as head of the team. Lieutenant Foster has extensive injuries and may never be able to resume his position of hazard team leader. In an attempt to stop the harvester ship before it reaches Voyager, I shall beam over to a nearby gunship and fire its main weapon. Sensors indicate the vessel is quite old, but if it is operational, it should be quite effective at damaging the approaching ship. As a precaution, I will take several members of the hazard team with me. I was able to fire the gunship and stop the harvester vessel before it destroyed Voyager. The hazard team performed up to my expectations. Not only did they deal with the security systems on board the ship, they aided in the realignment of the weapon. The isodecium is functioning as planned, but the energy dampening generators are keeping Voyager from achieving warp speed. With this in mind, it has been decided to attempt to deactivate the energy dampening generators on the Forge. While this is a dangerous undertaking, I believe it is a logical choice. It should be fair, Voyager has very few options left. Down to operate along. Really? I can't go into there either?
Quarters of Lieutenant Commander Tuvok. The quarters of Captain Catherine Janeway.
Alright, here we go.
Landros blend coffee.
Plant. Object. I can't use her one. Can't use that either. Wow. Some pretty cool stuff in here. Okay, I was kind of expecting a collectible. No logs. No, but look, that doesn't even seem to register as something interactable. Okay, there it is. I am genuinely questioning if I can be bothered to read all these. Because it's basically the same stuff, just the hazard team, just from different perspectives. Like, we kind of get it at this point.
The quarters of Captain Catherine Janeway.
Nice. I kind of want to just...
The quarters of Commander Chakotay.
See all the cool stuff now. So that's just going to be the same kind of stuff. Wow, rid of the tables of Starfleet logo. The hell's the little bed for? Alright. I don't know if that'd be in the series.
The quarters of Commander Chakotay.
Maybe it was, but I don't know. I just go to his office. Was there anything in his office? Can't seem to use anything.
The quarters of Lieutenant Bilana.
Alana, have you got access to Deck 15? Engineer's Toolkit. Then those ones are locked. Why?
The quarters of Lieutenant Bilana Torres.
Okay, that just loops around because we've done Tom Paris's.
Specify deck desire.
How do I get to the deck? I might Google that if I can't find it. Deck 4, because that had some restricted areas as well. And how do I get to astrometrics as well? Brig has up holiday equipment for transport everywhere. I know! I can transport stuff, can't I? There we go. Right, so we've done that. Okay, so yeah, so all their stuff is this way, isn't it? And then that was... hold on. God.
The quarters of
Here we go.
crewman Juliet Gerard.
Yeah, you can tell you're just a crewman. Although you still have a decent space, you got a double bed and everything. Wow, they even have all that. I'm interested to read Telsius. I want to see if they continue the whole romance thing I was picking up.
Austin Chang.
Galaxy class, beautiful. Yeah, you've got your personal logs. That's about it. Okay.
Chang. The quarters of crewman Chell.
Hey, those Firefly things just fixed that console.
Incredible. Okay, we found the Fireflies, nice. So that actually counts as a thing. I can just casually go on to Chell's.
Chell, what?
Oh, okay.
The quarters of crewman Chell. The quarters of crewman Kendrick Beesman.
2 meals, that implies he has friends. Of course he's got an Orion. Rick, thanks for the lovely evening. That'll just be a load of bitching and whining.
Beesman. The quarters of crewman Telsia Murphy.
Voyager, nice. And who are in your security team? Tryouts. Okay, so yeah, Tosa is already going to start getting stared at by Beesman, of course, because he's that kind of character. Creed. The Hardhead told us to storm a meal on Stronghold and can you catch them off guard. It didn't, that's why 2 workers turned safeguards, so she's pissed at Monroe. I had time to acknowledge what just happened. Yeah, transported. Susan died too, she won't be able to harass me about it. Scavenger base. That's the perfect mission. To rescue just in time. 20 hours worse. Borg beamed in just as we were about to leave. They took the SDC when Lieutenant Foster knew what was happening. I was on Monroe leading the hazard team to a Borg cube. After all the mishaps we've had in the holodeck, I couldn't help but wonder if we weren't going to have a repeat, but it didn't happen. I did a great job leading the team. Attack missiles sent to us from the structure. The ship back. Okay, no, I guess that's something they just didn't end up doing. Alright.
The quarters of crewman Telsia Murphy.
Fair enough. Okay, back to the turbolift. I believe there's another turbolift down there, isn't there? Yeah.
Specify deck desired. Deck 5.
Was there anything else?
Sick bay.
With sick bay?
Move it.
Office, CMH, medical lab. Not really. Okay.
Specify deck desired. Deck 8.
Astrometrics is on deck 8. Okay, hold on. Did I just miss it? Okay, so I'm here facing on turbolift is there. Okay. So that way and right is cargo bay 1 and 2. So if I go down here and on the left, I guess I just missed this. Alright.
If you wish, you may access the astrometric and xenologic records from that console.
Thank you. There's the last figure. We got them all.
The Avatar is largely a mystery, but it is speculated it was a first attempt by the Vorsoth to create an ultimate warrior, or it is a unit designed as backup to the Reavers. These creatures attack using a psionic blast which causes physical damage by overloading the synapses of the brain. Vulcans, Betazoids, and other telepathic races are particularly vulnerable to this attack.
Interesting. So they're called avatars, alright.
Featured in the black and white serial The Adventures of Captain Proton.
That's what those are, okay.
Dr. Chaotica. Born in Chaotica's labs of dark science, the Biohulk is a menace to Captain Proton, his trusted best friend Buster, and Constance Goodhart, his beautiful secretary.
That's a pretty cool creature design, though. I like that.
The Borg are a race of cybernetically enhanced beings who strive to achieve total physical and technological perfection by the assimilation of other races and cultures. Borg communicate with each other by a subspace network called the Collective. Intelligent and merciless, the Borg are considered by many to be the Federation's worst enemy. The initial contact with this race was almost a disaster when a hazard team inadvertently awoke these aliens from their stasis chambers. The Etherians thought they were under attack from scavengers and defended themselves. Primarily a telepathic race, the Etherians eventually managed to communicate with the hazard team and put an end to hostilities.
That they did, and we love them. They're just so good. I love those guys.
Appearing to be a member of the crustacean family, the Harvesters were perfectly designed by the Vorsoth. Their main function is to storm a victim spacecraft and remove any equipment of value. They will also remove several crew members to add to the DNA of the Reavers. While not particularly strong, Harvesters attack in vast numbers and overwhelm their victims.
Shit.
This Delta Quadrant race is organized in packs that are led by a member called the Alpha. The Hirogen travel in search of prey. Status within each pride is gained by hunting victims considered worthy. Hirogen closely study their prey before attacking, believing that will prevent the hunter from becoming the hunted.
It's generally a good idea to understand what you're trying to kill, yeah.
This flying security robot
Hunterbot, that's what they're called.
Gunship. It attacks with lasers and rockets. While not sentient, the Hunterbot has a rudimentary intelligence that makes it a difficult security measure to overcome.
I love the look of those. Little UFO motherfuckers. Good.
The Imperials come from a continuum that coexists with our own, but on a different dimensional plane. In this mirror universe, virtually everything from our universe exists, but it is opposite in nature. In the mirror universe, the Federation was named the Terran Empire, and ruled the member planets with fear and brutality. Imperial females are perhaps even more cunning and tenacious in battle than their male counterparts.
Interesting.
The USS Enterprise crew discovered the mirror universe after a transporter accident occurred during an ion storm. Several subsequent meetings have taken place with the crew of Deep Space Nine. The latest encounter with this savage universe occurred when the USS Voyager was trapped in the forge dampening field. Imperial males are violent and suspicious, almost to the point of paranoia.
I don't know their universe, I don't blame them. It's only paranoia if someone is coming to get you.
While females of the Klingon race are not allowed to have a seat on the High Council, they are able to attain high rank within the military. As proud and strong as the male of their species, Klingon females are not to be taken lightly.
Nope, they will stab you so much.
A race that holds honor above all else. The Klingons were originally a dangerous enemy to the Federation, but have since become a valuable ally. There are significant gaps in the knowledge of Klingon physiology, due in part to their belief that injured warriors should be left to die. It is known that Klingons have multiple redundancies of all major body functions, which makes them very resilient to physical damage.
Gotta love a
The
Klingon.
Melons are a Delta Quadrant race that generate an immense amount of toxic antimatter waste. On a daily basis, they dumped 6 billion isotons of toxic antimatter into a populated region of space known as the Void. Voyager ended this practice by sealing the Melons off from access to the Void.
Yeah, the Melons weren't happy about that, was they?
This creature was the creation of spliced DNA stolen from the Forge's thousands of victims.
God, they're so
Called
cool
Ultimate
looking.
Warriors by the Vorsoth, these creatures are quick, strong, and cunning. These life forms attack from a distance with explosive balls of phased plasma, and at close range, they use their titanium-enhanced claws.
Titanium-enhanced claws, damn. Okay, that's a fuck up there, because there's harvesters attack from a distance, but we're not on about them. Interesting.
The Scoutbot was
Scoutbot.
an automated guard robot discovered on the Dreadnought gunship. Given intelligence by the smaller and vastly more sophisticated Headbot, the Scoutbot will attempt to incinerate its enemy with powerful lasers. 8472 is the Borg designation for a life form they attempted to assimilate in late 2373. Species 8472 proved impervious to Borg attacks into their domain, fluidic space. Species 8472 responded to the Borg incursion by launching a counterattack that seemed destined to wipe out the entire galaxy. A tentative treaty was reached with this species due to the efforts of the Voyager crew.
Interesting. If that's already happened, why did we kill them?
The Warbot is a massive automated drone built by the makers of the Dreadnought
Damn, that
gunship.
thing is so good
Fully
looking.
automated with adaptive artificial intelligence, the robot is built purely for confrontation. It is capable of tearing transparent aluminum with its powerful claws and punching holes through solid titanium with its weapons.
Pretty badass.
Spania.
Okay, no, these are ones I'm gonna have to read, alright. But yeah, is a planet at war with the neighbouring culture, the Numeri. In 2371, Tom Paris and Harry Kim visited the planet Benet in hopes of receiving aid in repairing Voyager's navigational array. While there, Paris was accused of having murdered Tolan Wren, inventor of Benet warship technology. Paris was found guilty and forced to relive the murderous act over and over through the use of memory implants. Paris was later exonerated when it was discovered he had been framed by a Numeri spy. Not sure why they put that in, that doesn't seem to have any relevance whatsoever.
The Avatar is Spania.
Alright.
Pedestris.
How to the Sicarians, a race that had technology capable of traversing light for years and seconds. To the dismay of Voyager's crew, the Sicarians had their own prime directive that would not allow them to share their technology with other races. Yes. And we know at least part of them got assimilated by the Borg, so...
Ryan 2.
A technologically advanced civilization, the Drans were discovered to age in the reverse of most other humanoid species. I remember them, yeah. When in an adult state, the drones grow smaller and more innocent as they grow older. Almost 3 decades ago, they shifted their interests away from technology. They are currently in a state of isolationism.
Earth.
Located in Sector 001, Earth is home to the human civilization and Starfleet Command. Although visited by various alien races throughout its history, Earth was officially contacted by extraterrestrial intelligence when a Vulcan scout ship noticed the warp signature of the warp-capable spaceship that was being tested by Zephyr Cochrane in 2061. In the 24th century, Earth advanced to a near-utopian state with no poverty, crime, or war.
Cannon 4.
A seismically active planet that resembles Earth in the Pliocene Age. Hanum 4 is home to a race of tribal proto-humanoids. The crew of Voyager was stranded there after Kazon intruders took control of the ship. Voyager was eventually regained with the help of the emergency medical hologram and Ensign Suda. Yeah, that was in basics, wasn't it?
Coal settlement.
Coal had at one time been a major trade stop with a population of 4,000. In 2353, a major solar flare radically changed the planet's weather patterns and resulted in an ice age. 5 of the settlers survived by hibernating in an underground virtual reality. The settlers were not allowed to awaken by an evil entity that had evolved by a malfunctioning program. Voyager discovered the settlers in 2372 and managed to save 2 of the sleepers. Oh, was that the weird clown thing?
New Earth.
That was odd. The name was given by Captain Janeway and Lieutenant Commander Chakotay to a planet they were stranded on after being infected with a virus transmitted by insect bite. Despite the frequent plasma storms the planet experienced, they were marooned there because of the airborne immunity that the atmosphere provided against the virus. 6 weeks later, a cure was developed and Janeway and Chakotay were able to rejoin the Voyager.
Ocampa.
The atmosphere of this planet was accidentally devastated by by the Nisane over a millennium ago. Leaving its surface a desert. Out of guilt, the caretaker. Nisane moved the Ocampa race underground and has provided them with power for their city and protection from enemies such as the Kazon Ogla. The final Nisane caretaker died in 2371, but the Ocampa were left with enough stored power to last until 2376.
Planet Hell.
This was the nickname given by stellar cartography to a planet that closely resembled primeval Earth. The sentient repto-humanoids that populated the planet were nourished by the high levels of trigemic vapors, something like that, in the atmosphere. It was visited by Voyager in 2370.
Berkosa 5.
This heavily populated planet became the mistaken target of a Cardassian dreadnought missile that had originally been launched from the Alpha Quadrant. It was anticipated there would be over 2 million casualties if the dreadnought was allowed to achieve its objective. Fortunately, the dreadnought was stopped by Lieutenant B'Elanna Torres, chief engineer of Voyager.
Theresia.
A planet populated largely by women, the Teresians claimed to be the true race of Ensign Harry Kim. Oh, those fuckers, yeah. They said that his embryo had been implanted in an Earth woman to infuse the Teresian race with new genetic material. It was soon discovered the Teresians had implanted their DNA in Ensign Kim during an away mission as part of a ruse. Had Kim been unable to escape, the Teresians would have killed him after extracting enough of the genetic material they desired from him. Yeah, I was a bit messed up. Ooh. Oh wait, does the last thing you look at
is largely a mystery.
Here on there? Oh, it does. That's so cool. You can actually look at it. That's amazing. I do love that design. Alright. Visit Deck 15. How do I visit Deck 15? Does it unlock after you get all the collectibles?
Specify deck desired.
No! How? No, fuck it, I'm Googling it. How do I get to Deck 15? Tell me, game. Just Googling a thing from a game that's like, what, 20 years old or something. Okay. So, Star Trek Voyager, Elite Force, Deck 15. Here we go. Let's find out. Give a damn about your cookies. Oh, son of a bitch. Really? Is that all I have to do? God damn it.
Deck 4.
Wow, I feel like a dumbass now. Okay. Turns out you can use the transporter again. Bridge, vessel, sick bay, cargo bay, astrometric, shuttle bay, engineering, ventral maintenance. So it'll be that.
Transporter activated. Please move to transporter pad. Transport successful.
Can't believe they've actually put in Deck 15. This is such a good touch. Doors look a bit weird there, but that's fine. And then I guess it unlocks it on the turbo lift or whatever. Borg Slayer? What? Hold on. No. We'll do Borg Slayer last. Raven plaque. I know Raven, the ones who made this? Crew additional. What? Well, Deck 15. I'm not sure exactly what goes on down here, but I'm sure it'll be exciting. I'm really looking forward to this change in duties. I hope I'm up for the task. This is that guy on Deck 15. I kind of want to read these ones. I'm on Deck 15 for a week now, and I'm still not sure what I'm supposed to do. There's the ship landing gear and some other stuff, but I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to do. I spoke to Commander Chakotay about what my duties are supposed to be down here on Deck 15. The best he can do is shrug his shoulders and say he'll get back to me. I'm getting really bored with this assignment. I hate to break the chain of command, but I spoke to Captain Janeway today. I asked her what exactly it is I'm supposed to do down here on Deck 15. She shrugged and said she'd get back to me. I'm bored. What am I supposed to do down here? Nothing new here. Still nothing new. Why do I bother getting up in the morning? I went through academy training for this. The landing gear extended today. It almost made me deaf, but at least it broke up the mandatory monotony of my existence. Still nothing to do, imagine that. They won't give me anything to do, so I'm going to come up with something on my own. I'm going to write a computer game. At least it'll be a chance to dust off those computer skills I learned back at the academy, back when I had a meaningful existence. While studying games of the past, I came across the name of a particularly interesting company. They made a few games that were very popular. I had a replicator create the company's plaque to inspire me as I code. I'm taken to staying up very late, eating food that was bad for me, and drinking caffeinated drinks as I work. Oh, this is great. I finished my computer game. I call it Borg Slayer. This game is the only excitement I've had in 6 years. 6 years, okay, so Season 6 then. Oh my god, that's incredible. Oh, Borg Slayer. The window is full of stars. You are here reading this. Server lift the only way. Exit deck, my own private purgatory. Please, I beg you, get out while you still can. Where is the guy?
Move it.
You. I thought you'd want company. What does he do?
Crewman.
Yeah?
Landing gear control. I can't undo that, apparently. Awkward. What the fuck's he got now? He just walks around randomly. I love it. Locate a weapon so you can destroy the damping field generator and reinstate to 709. Oh god, what the fuck? Really? It's a top down? Oh my god. What is there Borg everywhere? Oh, this is interesting. What? Does that just mean dead end or? Oh no, it's telling that. Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, no such thing as stealth then. Oh god. Fortunately, these Borg don't seem to be able to adapt. Which is a very good thing for me. if I go there, let's swap that around to there. Oh, mine.
Destroy that field generator.
What field generator? Oh, that is the field generator, okay. Oh god, I was meant to avoid those. Whoops.
Crewman Dishler, over here.
You're playing as Dishler, that's amazing.
Get me out of here.
Alright, 7, hold on. Oh god, those are turrets. Maybe I should get health. Oh, what's this? Lithium? I don't know how you went to get past that steam. Ah, fuck this, we're doing this. Okay, I've respawned. I don't have to actually redo everything, that's kind of nice. What? How would I have no idea how I meant to avoid that. Oh god, do I have to... Can I jump? I can jump, okay. I have some health. Like, health charger at any time now would be absolutely fantastic. Oh god, what? Okay. Oh, and I can go through here. Right, we've got 8472 showing up as well. Ah, that's a load of platform over on the other side. Okay, cool. This is rather terrifying when you only have 2 health. If it wants me to go back through the steam, I'm screwed. That's activated something. I can't go through there. That's annoying. I can't kill that bulk now, actually. Fuck you. Oh, fuck it, whatever. Okay, so now I can go over, oh, god damn it! Wait, how the fuck do I get back over there? Oh wait, can I go in with 7? Okay.
Impressive.
Oh, I've already got it, apparently. Great. Next question. How do I activate that? So I need to raise this to get over to there. How do I get to that? Oh, unless, oh wait, destroying that, has that lowered the force fields over here? Yes. Goddamn Borg. Cool, right. Oh, son of a... Okay, we need to kill those damn turrets. They are proving to be a problem. Alright, there we go. God fucking damn it. Alright. So over to that, over to that. I did it! You did it, buddy! Well done! You made a good game! That took him 6 years. Again, in game dev, I can well believe that.
Specify deck desire.
You still can't go there, though, normally. Alright, well, fuck it, let's end this on the bridge, I guess. Oh, you can actually... I was wondering if you could just, like, not equip it. Wait, what was that? What was that? What was that?
What the...
Auto-destruct sequence initiated. 10,
That's enough.
9, 8...
We're going down!
6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Shoot me!
1...
Oh my god, that's incredible. You can self-destruct the ship. Final analysis, Neelix could have fared better. What? Now I'm just gonna test these things. Did the door just kill me, or did, Hello. It turns out you can friendly fire. I just wanted to know before I ended this game. So, we've collected a load of stuff. Nice. I mean, this is an interesting little add-on. I know this was not in the base game initially, so at least I'm 99% sure it wasn't. Pretty sure it wasn't. Took a hell of a lot longer than I was expecting. Glad I played it. I could go back and check out the last few personal logs, but I get the gist of the story sort of thing. I don't think I need to. I might go back and maybe look at them in my own time kind of thing, just out of some curiosity, maybe on another day. Or if you guys really want me to, I can do it as a little bonus video onto this or whatever. So yeah, so I guess that's wrapping up for Star Trek Voyager Elite Force. So next time, following this game on this slot, will be Star Trek Elite Force 2. So, this has been a pretty short game, so we might as well do Elite Force 2 as well, because I own that, and I've always wanted to play it, so we'll finally get round to it. Alright, that's pretty much it. The game is great. I did an evaluation earlier on in the credits, so I'm not going to talk too much now, so I'll just shut up, probably. So, thank you very much to everyone who's been watching. I truly, truly appreciate it. Thanks to everyone who subscribed to the channel as well. I need to quit so I can do the links. There is a Discord server.
Logging off.
And there is also the YouTube channel as well. Links in chat right now. And we've also got donation options if you guys want to help support the channel that way. Of course, otherwise, support the channel. You can just follow here on Twitch, subscribe over on YouTube. Just watch the content. That's enough. That's support. It doesn't have to be a financial thing. Like I'm just saying now because I know
I don't want people to feel like I'm pressuring them into doing stuff. It's completely an optional thing. So, yeah, I'm probably making it worse by just sitting and talking about it more. Anyway, another game done. So I'll hopefully see you guys next time. Next stream will likely either be tomorrow, which is Friday, or Saturday. Saturday I can pretty much guarantee there'll be a stream. On Friday there might be a stream. Might not be. I don't know 100% what's going on tomorrow yet. But regardless, the next stream will be Assassin's Creed Valhalla, because I'm alternating still, so the stream after that will be Star Trek Voyager. No, Star Trek Voyager, Star Trek Elite Force 2. I will check if there's any patches I need to get for the game, because there definitely was for the first game here, so hopefully I'm not going to have too many compatibility issues and things like that. Yeah, so thanks very much, guys. Until next time, take care.